I'll never be the same with just one look. Everything's changing. I'm captivated. I'll never be the same with just one look. Just one look is enough. One look is enough. One look is enough to change everything. With just one look, my life was changed. My body was healed. My family restored. My life rescued with just one look. My life was changed. My life was changed. My life was changed. Just one. On Calvary, you looked at me. On Calvary, you looked at me. On Calvary, you looked at me with just one. On Calvary, you looked at me. On Calvary, you looked at me. On Calvary, you looked at me with just one. You're not the only one looking, but he says I am looking too. He says with just one, I see my son and daughter.
Jesus. Come on, Joe, stop. Just lift your hands right now. Oh, if the altar's where you need us, take me there, take me there. If what you need is just an offering, it's right here. My life is here, and I need a living sacrifice for you. You're the fire, the refiner. I wanna be consumed. I wanna be tried by fire. You refine, you take whatever you desire. Lord, here's my life. I wanna be tried by fire. You refine, you take whatever you desire. Lord, here's my life. If your glory wants to come in, let it fall. We want it all. Your fire is consuming. Fill this place, set it ablaze, and I'll be your living sacrifice for you. You're a fire, the refiner. I wanna be consumed. I wanna be tried by fire. Sing! You refine, you take whatever you desire. Lord, here's my life. I wanna be tried by fire. You refine, you take whatever you desire. Lord, here's my life. So clean my hands, purify my heart. I wanna burn for you, only for you. Take my life, yes Lord, it's a sacrifice. Purify my heart. I want to burn for you. Only for you. Take my life as a sacrifice. I want to burn for you. Only for you. Clean my heart. Clean my hands. Purify my heart. I want to burn for you, Jesus. Take my life as a sacrifice. I want to burn for you. Only for you. You're the fire, the refiner. I don't want to be consumed. You're the fire. You're the fire, the refiner. I want to be consumed. You're the fire, the refiner. I want to be consumed. My life is not my own. To you I belong. I give myself to you. My life is not my own. To you I belong. I give myself to you. My life is not my own. To you I belong. You're the fire, the refiner. I wanna be consumed. My life is not my own. To you I belong. You're the fire, the refiner. I wanna be consumed. My life is not my own. You're the fire, the refiner. I wanna be consumed. My life is not my own. To you I belong. You're the fire, the refiner. I wanna be consumed. So take my hands, purify my heart. I wanna burn for you. Only for you. Take my life as a sacrifice. I wanna burn for you. Only, keep my head. Come on, purify my heart. We're it's not my will, but your will be done. I wanna burn for you. I want to burn for you, Jesus. The fire of the Lord is here. The consuming fire is here. Burn, burn in our hearts, oh God. Burn in our hearts, oh God. Burn in our hearts. Take our hearts as a sacrifice, holy and acceptable, an offering unto you. We want to burn for you, Jesus. Take us. the refiner. You're the fire, the refiner. He's the fire, the refiner. He wants us to come close. Place your eyes on me, said the Lord. Come near, child. I'm the fire. I'm your passion.
Don't be weary. Don't be dismayed. God's going to wipe off all of your tears away. For he knows all your suffering. And he knows all your pain. He knows your every weakness. And God knows all about your strength. He's bringing you out. He's bringing you out. I don't know what you've been going through. I don't know what it's all about. He's bringing you out. Oh, don't have a doubt. Keep patiently waiting. I know he'll bring you out. And you've been searching for an answer. And no one seems to know. Yeah. In a world of confusion that's filled with more confusion, then you began to wonder
kill this. He cannot kill my destiny. He cannot kill my future. He cannot kill what God has for me. He cannot kill what God has ordered. He cannot kill what God has ordained. He cannot curse. Let me go deeper. He cannot curse what God has blessed. If I was blessed in my root, I'm going to be blessed in my fruit. You cannot curse what God has blessed. Are there any blessed people in the house? The witch cannot curse you. Hell cannot curse you. The demons cannot curse you. Your trials cannot curse you. What they say about you cannot curse you. While they taunt you cannot curse you. How they make fun of you cannot curse you. Nudge 7 people and tell them I'm blessed. 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 I'm blessed underground. I'm blessed underground. You may not be able to see what the Lord has done for me, but I'm blessed underground. If I'm blessed underground, I'm going to be blessed when I come up. I'm blessed in my uprising. I'm blessed in my downsetting. I'm blessed in the city. I'm blessed in the field. I'm blessed in season. I'm blessed out of season. I'm just blessed. Haters get used to it. I'm just blessed. I was blessed before you saw it. I was blessed before I saw it. Before I was formed in my mama's belly, I was already blessed. I was blessed before I was a twinkle in my daddy's eye. I was blessed before my mother missed her cycle. I was blessed before she finished her first trimester. I was blessed before I peeked my head out of her womb. I was already blessed before I was baptized. I was blessed before I was converted. I was already blessed. In fact, the reason I got converted is because I was already blessed. It is not that I've chosen God, but that God has chosen me. I'm blessed, I'm blessed, I'm blessed. I'm blessed, I'm blessed, I'm blessed. I'm blessed, I'm blessed, I'm blessed. Give me my next slide. I'm going to keep going. How many blessed people do I have in here? How many blessed people do I have? How many blessed people do I have? How many blessed people do I have? So since corruption and destruction are not the same thing, and he couldn't destroy my blessing, he wanted to corrupt my environment. I just answered a question that somebody's been praying about. You've been asking God, why did things go down like they went down? They only went down like that because the hell knew you were already blessed. And the only thing he could do was corrupt your environment. He was working underground. He was working in the root system. He was working before you ever saw who you were. He was working before you recognized that there was a call on your life. He was working before you became fruitful. He was working before you got a title. He was working before men recognized you. He was working before you became a deacon. He was working before you came to Jesus Christ. But the devil already knew, because the devil believes in seeds more than the saints do. If the saints believed in seeds, offerings would be no trouble. But what we're trying to convince you of, the kingdom already understands that you cannot reap what you do not sow. If you sow sparingly, you shall reap sparingly. You shall know the tree by the fruit it bears. If you don't put nothing in, you don't get nothing out. Who am I talking to today? Don't let the children of this world be wiser than the children of light. You got to understand that while the earth remaineth, there will always be seed time and harvest. Everything comes by seed. Grass grows by seed. Apples come by seed. Watermelon comes by seed. You came by seed. Jesus is the seed of Abraham. Even God understands seed. Everything comes by seed. So Satan knew if he was going to enter your area, he had to plant seeds. He knew what you doubt. You're still trying to have success without sacrifice.
Well, good morning, Trinidad and Tobago. Good morning to those of you joining me on Facebook. We're my Facebook family, my Facebook people. You all have been looking and wondering what is happening with us. But we are right here. We're doing some work. We were victims. We fell victims to the copper thief and them, you know what I mean? So we're trying to do our best to keep the thing going. So you joining me on Facebook, and if you're listening to me via radio, I appreciate you a whole lot. Thank you very much for being with me today. And if you what you could do in order for the numbers to look good, you can share the live, and that is how we will get the numbers, and that is how we will get people coming onto our Facebook and YouTube. So if you were to share the live, yep, we will be able to get people to know that we are on. And I know that once we are on, we will be able to chat, and we will be able to talk. We will be able to give out our information that we want to give out today. Today I want to talk to the acting commissioner of police, Mr. Jacob. All right. I want to chat with him a little bit about the crime situation that is happening and is taking over Trinidad and Tobago by storm. So today I want to chat with him, see if I can get him online and chat with him a little bit. I know today also, Ms. Shamfa Kujo is having a community meeting today, right? And I want to try to get her on the phone line also to talk about what is happening in Tobago with respect to the lands and paying out of the land and stuff like that, land acquisition and stuff like that. So those are some of the things I want to look at today. Yesterday I would have visited Bible Way, a really nice church in Mova. And let me say good morning to all the members and also to all of the worship team members. Did a fantastic job yesterday, right? And also at Deliverance Temple, they were good. They were really, really good. So today I would have played some songs, and I don't know how many of you would have, would have heard some of the songs that I played today. Some of the songs that I played today were songs that I would have heard at the service. So we're getting ready to go for a break in a short bit. When we come back from the break, I want to see the numbers on Facebook and on YouTube going up. And if you share the live, somebody who is friends with you on the radio station will know that we are on Facebook and on YouTube. So once you share the live, we will be able to reach our goal and reach our numbers that we normally do reach during the course of the day. So I'm only seeing 3 shares so far with 78 persons watching. So you all need to share the live and get people involved. All right, get people involved. Again, thanks to all of you who are joining me on Facebook and on YouTube. Thank you all very, very much.
Okay, yesterday we had choir rehearsal, but now we can sing it for real. Come on, help us sing this song.
The views expressed necessarily the views of the management of the Street 919 FM.
Tune in to the Street 919 FM every Thursday from 10:05 a.m. to 10:20 a.m. for the program Straight and Narrow, The Way of Life, The Health Store, being brought to you by Mrs. Arlene Collins Mohammed. For more information, check us out on Facebook or Instagram at Straight and Narrow, or visit our website at www.opulence.com/Arlene for Life. You can also call or WhatsApp at 309-4697 or 620-9379.
Join Pastor Kelvin Heinerine and friends for The Way, the Truth, the Life Radio Ministry, a Church of God ministry, live on the street 919 FM from 6 p.m. to 7 p.m. This and every Sunday on the street 919 FM. Jesus said, I am the way, the truth, and the life. No man cometh to the Father except through me. John chapter 14, verse 6. For further information, contact 686-3845-349-5178 or 342-7303.
Tune into the street 91.9 FM
Every Sunday from 10:05 a.m. to 11 a.m.
for the Repairing of the Breach radio program with me, Bishop Showinal Thomas.
The scripture says, and they that shall be of thee shall build the old waste places.
Thou shalt raise up the foundation of many generations, and thou shalt be called the repairers of the breach, the restorers of the paths to dwell in.
Don't miss it. Repairing the Breach radio program with Bishop Sherwin R. Thomas on the street 919 FM every Sunday from 10:05 a.m. to 11 a.m.
This is Bishop Aaron Williams from the Divine Problem Solving International Ministries, inviting you to be part of our broadcast on any given Thursday night from 12 midnight right on to 5 a.m. on Friday morning. And this broadcast is called Early Morning Gospel Market Program. Then we have on Tuesday from 12 noon to 1 p.m. the Holy Ghost Gospel Pharmacy. If you are sick and ill, and you can get from this particular pharmacy, from the pharmacist, the good things of life. Hallelujah. And any Saturday from 10 a.m. to 12 noon, break into the host of the Philistines. Hallelujah. If you are sick and tired of being sick and tired, hearing the babel of false doctrines that you encounter daily, it's about time you get close to God, God's word, direct from his throne room, in the name of Jesus.
God has good plans for his people. Why do you worry so much?
Share the live. Share the live. The Street 919 FM on Facebook and Instagram. Share the live. Iowa George on Instagram. Share the live. Iowa TV and Street TV on YouTube. Share the live. The Street 919 FM.
We can sing it for real. Come on, help us sing this song. Here we go. The Lord is my shepherd, everybody. The Lord is my shepherd. He goes before me. He goes before me. Defender behind me. Defender behind me. Y'all been practicing. I won't fear. I won't fear. I'm filled with anointing. I'm filled with anointing. Thank you, Jesus. My cup's overflowing. So I'm back with you, Trinidad and Tobago, and this is one song too that would have caught my attention on Sunday. So I am here with you, and we are looking for your support on Facebook and on YouTube. I'm really seeing the support coming, because I'm seeing now we have moved from 70 to 80 something persons. So we're gonna make 100 before 10:30. I believe that. I really believe that. I really, really believe that. All right. So, as I said to you today, I wanted to talk about a lot of stuff, some stuff that is making the news. How many of you saw where the trade union movement is asking the government to call elections now? Call elections now. That's what they're saying. And a press conference, yes, I believe it was held. I believe it was held yesterday. Joy is refreshing. Joy is refreshing. Restores my soul. Restores my soul. Say this with confidence. Mercy and goodness. Mercy and goodness. Ooh, oh, give me assurance. Give me
He's my comfort. Always holds me close. Yeah, man. That's a really big song. And I want to say, I heard that song, as I said before, by Bible Way. And I heard the worship team doing it. Not the first time I'm hearing the song, though. It's a song sometimes I played right here on the street 919 FM. So, yeah. As I said before, we're trying to fix it and rectify the situation that has happened on the hill where we transmit from. So if you're hearing me on the radio, good morning to you. Thanks for locking us on the street 919 FM. I'm listening to myself also on the radio. I put in my headphones. I put in my headphones in my phone and I'm listening loud and clear. Hey, Mr. Bago, thank you very much for being on the street 919 FM. And I hope that you're having a beautiful day in Tobago. All right. Also, Miss Angie and Miss, I don't know if you are on. You could tell me if you are hearing me down Palaseco. All right. I look forward to hearing from you guys. Okay, Miss Dolly. I really hope that you are hearing you. You're hearing me, sorry. So, as I was saying to you a while ago, so over the weekend, because on Friday the unions would have had a march through the streets of Port of Spain, you know, sharing their disgust about the 4%. Okay? Real upset. They are upset about the 4% offer. And the unions would have had a protest. And on top of that, we also heard about when we're looking at the murders that took place over the weekend. 7 persons, and then now this morning, I got I saw on a messenger that another young man lost his life. It's really sad what is happening, and we pray that some sort of peace treaty or something can happen. You know, something can happen in Trinidad and Tobago. So the unions are calling for the government to resign, call fresh elections. I have a video I want to show you of the statements made by Mr. Ansel Roshi. Now, I'm going to play the video first, and then I'm going to ask you to tell me what are your thoughts. But listen to Mr. Ansel Roshi as he ramages on the state of the country and the state of the economy and what his views are and what the unions are saying. So listen to this.
Feet on the streets. The feet of workers pounding the pavement, pounding the Baba Green, calling out for justice. But most importantly, calling out for the resignation of this government. This decision is going to plunge this country into chaos and confusion. They already can't deal with crime. They already cannot deal with the economy. They already cannot deal with health and so on. They already cannot deal with education. They cannot provide jobs for our youth who are qualified. Instead of creating jobs, they are taking away jobs. Since this government came into office, thousands and thousands of jobs have been lost. And they are asking the population now to side with them to take away even more jobs. Some 9,000 jobs in the first instance. And of course the impact that I had outlined that will carry. We are saying that this is a major issue, and on this issue, they must not be allowed to go scot-free. We demand that Dr. Rowley and his government call election now. On the streets, the feet of workers pounding the pavement, pounding the Baba Green, calling out for justice. But most importantly, calling out for the resignation of this government. This decision is going to plunge this country into chaos and confusion. They already can't deal with crime. They already cannot deal with the economy. They already cannot deal with health and so on. They already cannot deal with education. They cannot provide jobs for our youth who are qualified. Instead of creating jobs, they are taking away jobs. Since this government came into office, thousands and thousands of jobs have been lost. And they are asking the population now to side with them to take away even more jobs. Some 9,000 jobs in the first instance. And of course, the impact that I had outlined that will carry. We are saying that this is a major issue, and on this issue, they must not be allowed to go scot-free. We demand that Dr. Rowley and his government call election now.
So my question is, I have a simple question this morning. Based on statements made by Ansel Roche and the trade union movement, calling on Dr. the Honorable Keith Christopher Rowley to call elections now. So for the next half an hour, those of you who can hear me, and those of you who can see me on Facebook and on YouTube, my question to you is, do you agree with the trade union movement to call fresh elections now? For who to be in charge? Huh? For who to be in charge, will you? You know, I ask you, know. I might be wrong. But Ansel Roche should be the last person to talk about call any fresh elections, eh? Hey, my mic on. Oh, ole in me. Hello, good morning. Hello, good morning.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, hearing you loud.
Yeah, morning, boy. Little problems with reception earlier. Good morning to your listeners. Good morning to your viewers. Good morning to the 91.9 family. Good morning to everybody. Roger, I'm gonna tell you about Anisette and Roger and them. They just jealous people who have good pay, and they just zombie their work, and they just make them lost out on the work. You don't understand where he coming from with this call fresh elections, and the people who Ryan about that notishness. We have been here before, and every right-thinking citizen will know that is notishness he talking. Anybody will know that. Everybody know that right now. We cannot take a chance, the slightest chance in hell or heaven, to get for this government to be removed or anything for that matter concerning this government, because they have their finger on the ball in terms of keeping this country good. And them brothers and them talking to a certain set of people, and I doubt it is in the majority. It might just look good on the media, but everybody know. I think the little child, smallest child, know that is a bag of nonsense them talking perpetually. So good question. Locked on and listen to the program. Thank you.
Thank you very much. 342-0081, 342-0081, 771-1791, and 466-5391. You tell me, you the listeners, tell me. Hello, good morning.
Morning, Pastor Google.
Good morning.
Well, this morning on another station, there was a poll. Did what the union do would bring any results? 70% of the callers on that particular station said no.
Really?
Yes.
Why?
Even the hosts. Well, you know, Bellman would vote yes. Right? Well, Bellman would vote that because there are a group of... So even the hosts of that program saying, you know, the people who vote yes seem to be somewhat sarcastic because the Prime Minister already tell them that they have no money and And I'm saying, wow. But then, they go down a certain road and tell me about, that looked like that was a carnival and people protesting and how the union is in there with the government. So I was to call in to remind them that in the People's Partnership, we had a man who was deputy speaker because Suraj Rambachan was on that program and talked about morality and how the government system does not have morality. The Prime Minister doesn't know how to speak to people, that speak down to people. So I was to remind them that they had a man that was deputy speaker, not so, part of the union, and I have a man that nobody elected, is outside. Give my Prime Minister, my First Lady, a gentleman, way dumb and dumber, even tried to raise that on Saturday, and because I asked them if they know that they changed the conversation. And nobody is questioning these fellas' morality. Right? But they have a lady that supports them to be there. So I'm saying, come on, Pastor, go and see what's going on here. The union have a problem. If you listen to what the man saying, the Prime Minister must go. Isn't the same thing the opposition saying? Call election now. So if we call election now, Pastor Google, and they get into office, automatically the economy will transform. Direct investment will happen, and the whole world will get better. Things will be nicer. I told them they was offered 2 by 2 by 2 and make up to 6%, and they say he was done C. Right? And they vote him out, and they put in a man who come back and tell me moral and spiritual values, and turn around at the end of it and say, Mr. Manning, hey, after I lost all the businesses I had in town, right? Apparently these people want the same thing. They want somebody to tell them, hey, so same thing with Mr. Manning, call election. Mr. Manning made the mistake and called the election. The Grenadian Prime Minister made the mistake and called the election. You see what's happening in Grenada now? So people, let's check all yourself, right? Partner, Pastor Google, what is the greatest toilet you ever seen in your life? You ever see a toilet where you have to go and stoop down by Pastor Google tile down and thing?
No.
And I to tell you, Trinidad, nice. We ain't see hard times yet. Enjoy your morning.
Okay. Hello, good morning.
Morning, Pastor Google. Morning, Trinidad and Tobago. The older folks have a saying, empty barrel makes the most noise. That's Mr. Roshi. And to call election now, as you said, to put who? You can't take a janitor. You can't take a janitor to run a spaceship. You have to have somebody qualified to run a spaceship.
Yep.
So, empty barrel makes the most noise. You guys have a good day.
Thank you very much. Hello, good morning.
Morning, Pastor Google.
Good morning.
How are you?
I'm all right.
Yes, I hear what they're calling for the government to resign. But during the pandemic, how much hampers those union leaders help out some of the same poor people that quarreling for now? Did they give anybody a hamper to help them? And Pastor Google, you ever hear they give out any hampers?
I don't know. I can find out.
Well, I know. Well, you know, every group that were giving out, you were hearing about them, you know. But nothing, and they can't do anything to help their members. So what they're talking about, when the government resigned, who will be the Prime Minister? He couldn't negotiate to buy over the refinery, nothing at all. What they're doing? Okay then, bye.
Thank you very much. Hello, good morning. Hello. All right, so I'm taking your calls. The unions are calling for the government to resign. The unions are calling for fresh elections. The union, until Roger, I believe over the weekend, would have called on the government to resign and call fresh elections. I would like to ask, I am going to try to get Mr. Ozzy Warwick on the phone line to find out, okay, when the government resigns and calls fresh elections, who do they propose to take the reins of power? That's a simple question. You don't think that's a simple question I can get a simple answer for?
Good morning, Pastor Gogo. You ready? I do not call your show. But every time Roger did not get his way, he wants a fresh election. Why don't he change his face and let the union get a fresh set of people with a fresh set face? Grace, I got to go.
Okay. Thank you very much for sending your voice note. I think I have another voice note here.
Good morning, Pastor Google. Happy Monday. Hope all is well. Well, in Tobago here, it's kind of overcast, but I see the sun peeking now, doing a little washing here. Pastor Google, I was saying the same thing, that those unions are on games. And the workers and them who following them like headless chicken, not observing that. Pastor Google, yesterday I was coming back up home, and one young lady who was working TT Post, she said I buy the ticket for them here in Tobago to come down and march. She said, girl, when I see the commotion, she said, girl, I didn't march, I get the free ride to Trinidad. And that was good enough for me, because them not ready. Now here were you balling, but call a election. They feel when we call a election that PNM going to lose? Really? Roger and them, those dinosaurs, needs to go take a rest. That is what they need to. Because I'm hearing through the grapevine, they ask them to take 7%, and they are saying no. Well, here what? I'm speaking to my Prime Minister and the CPU. Even though I'm involved to get my back pay. Give them what they want and start to send home like all you're crazy. And then we will take. But we know for sure if they go to industrial court, they are going to lose. They are going to lose. So, Pastor Google, I don't have time with those dinosaurs. It's time enough. When is election for these people? You're talking about call election. When is election for
771-1791 and 466-5391. 466-5391. Give me a call. Let me know what is your view. So, listen to Mr. Ansel Roger as he states the union's position. Listen if you're now joining me. Listen.
Feet on the streets. The feet of workers pounding the pavement, pounding the Baba Green, calling out for justice. But most importantly, calling out for the resignation of this government. This decision is going to plunge this country into chaos and confusion. They already can't deal with crime. They already cannot deal with the economy. They already cannot deal with health and so on. They already cannot deal with education. They cannot provide jobs for our youth who are qualified. Instead of creating jobs, they are taking away jobs. Since this government came into office, thousands and thousands of jobs have been lost. And they are asking the population now to side with them to take away even more jobs. Some 9,000 jobs in the first instance. And of course, the impact that I had outlined that will carry. We are saying that this is a major issue, and on this issue, they must not be allowed to go scot-free. We demand that Dr. Rowley and his government call election now.
Call elections now. Don't fool the people. Who fooling the people? Oh, Dr. Rowley fooling the people. I just asking. Call elections now. I just want to know. Hello, good morning. What are your thoughts? Hello, good morning. What is your thoughts?
Good morning, Pastor Google.
Good morning.
Peace and blessing, greetings.
What's your thoughts on Mr. Roche's statement, Uncle Sterling?
Pastor Google, Mr. Roger and the union have no moral authority to tell the Prime Minister to call no fresh election or call no election in Trinidad and Tobago. Like everybody in Trinidad and Tobago now turn politician. Mr. Roger and the unions at Trinidad and Tobago have no moral authority
to call for no election in Trinidad and Tobago. They want to put Watson to? With Kamala Prasad Bisasa? Ansel Roger? Who they want to put around Trinidad and Tobago? Or they want to get back in from 2010 to 2015 to do worse things to Trinidad and Tobago than they did in 2010, 2015, Pastor Google. You get opportunity to buy a state company. Where do offers upon offers? Freedom after freedom to try to for you as a union head in Trinidad and Tobago and others to run a state enterprise. You can't do that and you come in to call for election in Trinidad and Tobago. And Pastor Google, where I want to say this morning, these people who follow Ansel Roger and them in Tongue Friday, here, as I keep saying, Trinidadians is an ungrateful piece of people, to Pastor Google. 2 years, the government pay all you to sit down in all your house. Yeah, and all you come in today to see all your march, all you want justice. What justice all you want? All you ain't getting enough justice? One more justice all you want. Well, justice coming for all you, Mark my words, justice coming for all you. I hope all you can handle justice when it comes. Pastor Google, have a peaceful day, a blessed day, a pleasant morning to Trinidad and Tobago and the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. Know what they want, As the man said just now, empty barrel can't stand. Empty cockroach bag could never stand, and Roger and them is empty cockroach bag in Trinidad and Tobago. Thanks for the time, Pastor Google. Peace and blessings. Take care for me, please. Thank you.
Hello, good morning.
Hey, Pastor Google, I don't know if you're talking about this, but my observation with these murders, I observe it's happening all day, like now.
I'm gonna talk to the. I'm gonna try to talk to the commissioner in a short bit.
Because I was saying they're not going in jail again, so that is why. Okay.
I'm gonna talk to the commissioner a little bit to hear what is his view. All right. Right after this caller. Hello. Good morning.
Good morning, Pastor Google.
Good morning, sir.
Morning, sir. Well, boy, Pastor Google, if my girlfriend or my wife did go in that match, she would have to find a place.
Why you say that?
Either have a madam going to wave flag for Mr. Roger and she come back in my house.
Yeah, but remember...
Roger want to match up, you trying to match up a place where you can't build?
Yeah, but you remember she will have her right.
Which right? To leave my house and go behind Roger and them and match? Like what Anisette and them do them same moment and them was working on the boat?
All right. Okay.
Look, no, I ain't
but you
run, man.
I ain't run. Daddy, wait, just on that.
I'm waiting on you.
Daddy.
Let me tell you, Pastor Google.
Just on that, Daddy. Wait, no.
All right, I'm waiting. The old man waiting.
All right. Here was it, right? It has some things.
Yeah.
It has some things.
I'm listening to you.
It has some things that are really casty on the video and thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I want you to bear with your son a little bit, nah?
Yes, now bearing, nah, you know. Daddy here listening to Papa. All right, Papa go say something very short.
All right, go ahead.
I'm breaking your rule. Papa go say something short.
Go ahead, Daddy.
That gentleman who just opened me mode, that player grenade, that midnight robber make a company send a rig quite down in Mexico.
Yeah, boy.
Tell them get the hell out of here.
Yeah, boy. Take all the rig
and then
go.
The people send it and build it and bring it back here for Trinidadian to work on. And then people waving flag behind them, man.
Yeah, boy.
And you know, last month, last year, our next company went and sent some platform outside and they get bill and bring it back here to work.
Yeah.
With them oil platform. So nobody ain't going in no coalition with Roger to buy not even a will mill. Because Roger had no common sense to run them thing. All what he wants is give me. And all you fight for me. And we go run them out the place. And when you're done, you go put who? The same leader you was with last 2 years will make man run away with $400 million and you have like sports in it and man have to run from this country to put Roger there. Look, father.
All right, Daddy.
I will tell you, have you have a nice day.
Same to you.
I will call you tomorrow.
All right.
Right, brother.
Same to you. Hey, Daddy vex, Yeah, Daddy vex. Daddy's upset. Until Roger and them upset Daddy this morning. Right, Daddy, take it easy. They just tell me drink some cold water, Daddy. Drink some cold water, Daddy. Good morning.
Morning again. You see, because they must get upset, Pastor Google. I, as a taxpayer, I went to the hospital yesterday. See a man must about 350 pounds by the front desk, sleeping. I say, I can understand why.
Just. Let us say some things, boy.
I'm telling you, I went to Mount Hope yesterday. And I was tired, so they sent me upstairs. When I walked into the door, there's a young lady sitting down by the desk, a doctor on the left-hand side, a receptionist on the next side. And there's a gentleman sitting down behind the lady on the side. 300 and something pounds could be bigger.
You ain't know that for sure.
I see how I tell you, the man knew.
You know that for sure.
The man knew, the man walked back, so I'm saying to myself, I could understand why it is the brother so large. So when I'm on my way out, I take my umbrella and tap the desk. Hey, partner, wake up. Because here we're going on. You're supposed to be on duty. My taxpayer dollars are paying you. Went to the next side of the hospital. He has security shouting me, oh, you're coming in the wrong side. And blah, 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 blah. I say, family, if you was on your post, which part your post is supposed to be, which part I come in. And if you were there, you would not have been shouting for me from quite. I would not even reach by the gate. Because you would have been by the gate to stop me from entering. So you know what that means? We of ourselves. The man who walking by Wassa, the man who walking by T&Tech, the man who walking by Telco, the man who walking in the hospital. 4%. Pastor Google, I will send you some videos to show you why it is Wassa. I am not giving Wassa no more money until in my Avra there is a pipe. You know what Wassa do? Wassa get a piece of wood, come it down inside of the pipe and leave that there. Hope that I will stop the leak. So I will make some videos just on WhatsApp. But yeah, you're serious. I'll make some videos and show you why WhatsApp shouldn't get my money. But one more thing. Yesterday I sit down watching my parliament. I'm telling you, I have a heat on the Diego Martin stretch where they put that walk over to come from by the mall to come over to this housing scheme. They have a walk over there to cross. There's a drain in the middle of the highway. The government put some railings. So if you run off the road, you will fall in the drain. You know after the railings, right?
Wait a minute.
To save me and a driver.
Don't tell me that these crop iron dealers.
They go on with it.
Don't tell me that scrap iron people.
I come in from Mayaro.
Just now, people who go in, what did I tell you?
Scrap iron buying.
All iron buying.
That's for them.
Never. I don't believe them people. No.
So who will pick it up after Google?
Me. Well.
All my yeah, we're going on in Sawabata. I had some steel pavement covers. Steel. I had some signposts. First pantry, second pantry going up down the road. They pass and they cut down every signpost and they take up every cover that cover the pavement and they go with it. You know what I'm telling you? I sit down yesterday looking at my parliament. Yeah, with the government. I this my new attorney general that boss. Have a bill in the parliament, Pastor Google. If you have a matter before the court and you happen to win the matter, the state pass a law that in case evidence comes up 10 years after, 20 years after, I want to be able to restart the matter. I listened to the opposition yesterday. A man called them pimps, chimps, and what we describe them?
However you describe them. Go ahead now.
Pastor Google and these people telling me, with not support, to tell me if a man now, 10 people must be, you must free 10. Let's say free 10 guilty men than you kill one or execute one innocent man. Right? and telling me yesterday, because if the bill passed, right, the papers can't publish because it is immoral for a man to go through the same thing twice. And you know what the reason for that is? I have a group of people for 20 years fighting an extradition treaty. They already win one matter. And if my state happened to find it, because they were going to 1 year and 1 day, and the same thing happened with the Brad Boys. When the family of Brad Boys appeal the matter, because in Trinidad and Tobago, the law is, if he was acquitted and 1 year and 1 day pass, I cannot bring back up the matter again. So now the state is trying to put it in a way, if I collect new evidence, I can't charge you on the same thing, but I could link the evidence to the crime that you was committed. I have the chance of restarting the case and finding guilty. Then fellas they want that matter, that they don't want that to happen again, because whatever matter they win, for how long, if I find new evidence, forensic evidence or whatever evidence pop up in court, I could restart your matter. You understand what I'm saying, Pastor Google?
I hear you.
They don't want that in Trinidad and Tobago. So if your mother died, or a man killed your mother 10 years ago and the state, because I see that the state find forensic evidence to realize by it, they did DNA from the man who just win the matter. He shouldn't be able to be tried again for that same matter. Pastor, enjoy your day, sir. We'll talk again.
Thank you very much, sir. All right, so we're looking at 10:34 in the capital of Trinidad and Tobago. If you're listening to me wherever you are in the world and you're wondering what is going on, well, we are live on Street 919 FM, and we're discussing the union's call for the government to call fresh elections. And I wanted to hear what was your view on it. Do you agree with the unions? Do you disagree with the unions? Do you want to ask the union leader, who do you propose that we put to govern Trinidad and Tobago? That's my question. Hello, good morning.
Hello, good morning, Pastor Google.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning. This Ansel Roger you're talking about, is the same Ansel Roger who was on suspension on Trinidad?
I don't know.
I feel it's the same Ansel Roger, you know.
I don't know.
Where a man nearly lost his life under Iwer, and Trinidad cover it up. I
don't know that. I don't know that.
I wonder if it's that same Ansel Roger.
I don't know.
Who calling for fresh election in this country.
Yes, sir.
Yes? Is that same Ansel Roger?
I don't know. Thank you, caller.
Yes, Mr. Google.
The views expressed are not necessarily the views of the management of the Street 919 FM.
Right, if you want to know what's going on with me, I just spoke to Mr. Ozzy Warwick, and Mr. Ozzy Warwick said to me that he is in a meeting. All right, so he wasn't able to come out of the meeting to chat with me. So I tried to get a commitment from him that before the end of this week, we're going to talk to Mr. Ozzy Warwick from the OWTU to find out who do they propose to govern Trinidad and Tobago? And why are they calling fresh elections when elections is constitutionally due in the next 2 or 3 years? All right. Hello, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Pastor Gogo.
Hi, good morning, sir.
Problem. Yeah, the music that you're playing in the background, you're getting more distortion than anything else.
Okay.
You hardly hear any voice. The music that you have playing very soft in the background, like that's coming through more clear than anything else.
Okay. Well, we're working on it.
All right, thank you.
Okay, sir. Yes, Trinidad and Tobago, as I said just now, and my YouTuber is 3 years. Somebody corrected me, 3 years. So if elections are constitutionally due in the next 3 years, why, Mr. Ancelotti, they can't wait for the next 3 years? Why do they believe that they have to bully this government into calling fresh elections now? Those are some of the questions that if I was the media, I would ask. But the media wouldn't ask some questions like that. Some sections of the media will not ask questions like that. They will continue to make, couture and bacchanal and, all the other stuff. But I'm going to try to get an interview with the acting commissioner of police. Right, so I'm not getting through to the commissioner either. So I'm going to take your calls, 342-0081. Continue to take your calls. So what is your view? What is your thoughts? Ansel Roger and the unions are calling on the government to resign and to call fresh elections. Resign and call fresh elections. That is the call from the unions over the weekend. I'm giving you this opportunity, this hour, to talk about how do you feel? What is your thoughts about Mr. Roger asking the government to resign? They have 3 more years to go. 3 more years to go. And remember, I used to play a video for you. And someone did this video just coming to pass. Where someone from the UNC, I think it was, would have said that if this government lasts 2 years in office, they last long. Wow. Hello, good morning.
Wait, Ansel, wait. You had 3 more years to wait. You will wait, man. I think, Pastor Google, I'm not too sure. I think I could have been on your program where you played a tape where Mr. Rosie was so critical of Prasad Bisesa, Mrs. Kamala Prasad Bisesa, right? And now you want to join her hands with her. You see, they're doing all kind of things. They pelt mud and stick, right? They move goalposts. They throw red herrings, smoke herring too. That's I bring up that, the smoke herring. All kind of things. They walk in. So they want to create civil disturbance. So Dr. Rowley goes, see that, and you're taking that, and now they know that to wait. And still wait, and still wait. You have 3 more years to wait. That's all I have to say. Wait.
All right, thank you very much. So the caller is saying that the unions have to wait. You have 3 years to wait. Wait. Don't dictate the pace here. You don't dictate the pace. You have to wait until when it is constitutionally due. What is your view? Do you think that Ansel Roger and they are in their right, and they're in their right to call for fresh elections, or if they believe that they should call for elections, that is in their right? But it is also in the Prime Minister's right to wait until it is constitutionally due.
But, Mr. Google, I thought the scrap iron dealers were supposed to have a march in Scarborough come Saturday. Pastor Google, I was in town in Port of Spain Saturday. I didn't see a sight of the scrap iron dealers. What happened? That was our imagination, or they join up with the unions and them Friday and march with them as the unions they get permission. Find out that now, Pastor Google. Because I didn't see nobody on the Espana Lara Permanard Gara to march Saturday, because I know I listen and they say Saturday and let the unions and them come out, and lo and behold, boom, you hear unions coming out the Friday. So find out that, you know.
Hello, good morning. Hello, good morning.
Good morning, Pastor Google.
Hi.
I don't know if you could remember and the People's Partnership. The People's Partnership, the opposition leader used Errol McLeod to order Roger to report back to work, as the President General to report back to work in Trinma. Is that the same person he's supporting now?
Very interesting.
Good day to you, Pastor Google. Just want to remind workers, Mr. Chambers in his time, the CPO had offered us 6%. We refuse it. They call him Dancy. They tell him we have to put the 6%. We ended up with minus 10% from our salary, minus COLA allowances. Just want to remind them of that. No to the 6%, it was minus 10%, minus COLA from our salary. Eat little and live long. Yeah? And Pastor Google, to all who's screaming that the government should go to the IMF, bear in mind, just as if you go to borrow a loan from anywhere, they have conditions. They start with the public service. You have to downsize. Regardless of how small it is, you have to downsize. All the social services and stuff that, people enjoy now, all the grants and the what have you that they think they are entitled to, that will be no more. Yeah? So you get the big money, a few get the big money and they jump up on the whatever, and hundreds could suffer after that. Yeah? And Mr. Manning, they were running Mr. Manning, all kind of thing. I live to see and to hear some of these same people say, oh God, we wish Mr. Manning was here. So only go ahead. Go ahead, yeah?
Join me on Facebook and on YouTube now. I'm going to show you a video. A caller called a while ago and he reminded us of something. And I just want to bring it back to you all remembrance a little bit. This is Mr. Ansel Roche in 2020 when by. I remember. But this is Ansel Roche. Listen to this. Where? Okay. Okay, what's going on here? Okay. Alright, apparently I'm not getting the audio. Alright, let me see what's going on here with Mr. Ansel Roche and Mr. I will find it, you know. I will get it with Mr. Ansel Roche. Mr. Ansel Roche talking to Fazir and what he had to say about the UNC.
Good morning, Pastor Google.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning. Ansel Roger and all of them needed to get a fresh election to move all of them out. All they do is just call for protest and protest. What else have they done? Nothing. Nothing. Then we need new ideas for them. I don't know if they figure that when they call election that the other party will come in and everything will be honky-dory. What have the union really done? What is Ansel Roger and all of their salary? Have they done anything under the pandemic? Have they done anything for the union? Like, let us build houses and give our union members it at a cheaper price. Let us buy a supermarket and give discounts. Let us buy land and do agriculture. Nothing. No new ideas. All they to do is protest. What is that about? So you have no other idea but to protest and let the government move? And all of them just have, what's the other guy named? Not Roche, this other guy. He won a court matter with Dr. Rowley. He has to pay him. So all of them have their own personal grievances. So the union is just leading people astray. And they know what the economy is. They know. Of course, ask for something else besides giving pay increase. Oh, yes, you get 10%. No. Ask for other things. Ask for other perks for your people. They have no ideas. None. No new ideas. They need to go. Not the government. They need to go. Thank you, Pastor Google.
Thank you very much. Hello, good morning.
My doctor now. Pastor Google, I want them to remember when the time comes for election in 2025, the month, we have 3 more months more than what it's really due. Remember, 3 more months. And all of them were in government. What they do, they push them out and send them out with the tail between the leg all the time. They just move around. All of them come out. So I don't know what it is he wants to do now. Another one, he now talking about the Prime Minister Low. I don't know if he think anybody lower than him because he can't match up to Dr. Rowley. Okay? So let them wait. And then, after that 3 months and the election coming in 2025, we have our next 5 years ago. Again, 2030. So they have to put up with it. Okay.
So I found it. Don't play with me, I found it. Yes, I got it. So I'm going for a break and come back. When I come back from the break, we're going to listen to Mr. Ansel Roger talk about the opposition The UNC.
Tobago, a corrupt-free Trinidad and Tobago, where all the people are treated with dignity and respect.
So you hearing that?
Every man and woman, the farmer, the youth, decisions of the role we all must play.
So we're going to listen to Ansel Roger when we come back.
It is now up to all of us to save the very soul of our nation. Fellow citizens, as a people, we must never accept corruption. Under the People's Partnership, it has reached the scale of billions of dollars.
Right.
That is the only road.
Right. So when we come back, we're taking it from there. Right? When we come back, you have to join me on Facebook and on YouTube. You have to come on the Street 919 FM Facebook page and Iwer TV on YouTube for you to see Mr. Ansel Roger in action talking about the People's Partnership. I know you want to call fresh elections. For who? For who to govern? Huh? For who to govern? The raffle sheet that Mr. Roger is going to read out. If you listen, I'm going to play back Mr. Roger calling for fresh elections and why he is calling for fresh elections. You realize there is no, he cannot point to one corruptive move by the government. He can't point out, okay, watch, this agricultural thing, or this land acquisition thing, or this or that, or look at this, look at that. Call out a list, give you a list of the corruption under this government. You realize they can't do that. They would just say that corruption, but they can't point out where the corruption is. But you know, under the People's Partnership, who they're lobbying for to come back, you could have pointed out all the corruption. Something wrong with us, yes? Something wrong with us. I just want Mr. Roger. I'm gonna, as I said, we're gonna try to get Mr. Ozzy Warwick on the line before the end of this week, because we need to understand where they're going with this. Where are they going with this? So remember, when we come back from the break, we're going to listen to this.
Road to success. Matthew 16:26 says, "For what is a man profited if he shall gain the whole world and lose his own soul?"
So when we come back, we go understand the man who preaching there. Matthew 26. You understand about the man gaining the whole world and losing his soul. But they want to get rid of the government for offering them 4%. Well, yeah. Oh gosh. Hey, if this place is sweet, this country is sweet too bad, isn't it? I ain't gonna lie. This country is sweet too bad. Hello, good morning.
Thank you, Pastor Google, for finding that thing.
I'm gonna play it right after the break.
Because I want to know if you playing a Jack Wonder and yesterday was yesterday and today's today.
Oh.
So that means you could move the goalposts. You could move to suit the situation.
Yes, that's what they're saying to us.
Yeah, all right. Thank you, Pastor Google.
Thank you. You're most welcome, man. You're most welcome. So we're getting ready to go for a break. When we come back from the break, we're going straight to Mr. Ansel Roger, right? And what he had to say about the People's Partnership. Remember, you can join me on Facebook, the Street 919 FM. Let me say thank you to the, how much? 226 persons that are with me on Facebook. And to the 176 persons on YouTube. Well, 75. So you can join me on Facebook and on YouTube. When I come back, I want you to join me on the platforms so that you can look back at what Mr. Roger had to say and you give me your thoughts on it. So what I will do, I will play Mr. Roger calling for fresh elections now. He didn't call for it under the partnership, but he calling for fresh elections now. And I will play for you Mr. Ansel Roger back in 2015, was it, when he was talking about the partnership. Hello, good day.
Hey, Pastor Google.
Yes, sir.
I wait to hear what you have to play, right? And you know, I didn't know you all program was on, so I just pick it up. But I would like to ask Ansel Roger and Anisette and Lambert to them. What did they do for the employees during the pandemic? Listen to you, Pastor Google. I'm waiting to hear what you're going to play. All right?
Thank you very much.
All right. Okay.
Expressed are not necessarily the views of the management of the Street 919 FM.
Hi, I'm Valentine Garcia.
And I'm Nikki Garcia.
Please join us on the Final Hour broadcast every Thursday at 9 a.m. on the Street 919 FM radio.
Every week we will journey into the amazing Word of God. So please join us.
See you then.
You are invited to join Pastors Morris and Agnes Johnson of the Church of the Firstborn Assembly Miracle Center, located at number 399 Eastern Main Road, Guayco in Sangre Grande, for the old-time gospel hour all-night prayer. This and every Friday evening on the Street 919 FM from 9 p.m. to 5 a.m. Designed with you in mind, this program deals with today's issues from a biblical perspective. You will also be given the opportunity to call in and interact with us. Micah 6:8 says, He hath showed thee, O man, what is good and what doeth the Lord require of thee, but to justly and to love mercy and walk humbly with thy God. Your financial support through the First Citizens Bank will be greatly appreciated. Account number 795222. For further information, call 753-1113 or email us at church668hope@gmail.com.
Well, the thing sell off. All you need to remember is that we're sailing from the breakfast shed in Port of Spain. We are boarding at 6:30 p.m. sharp because we're sailing at 7. This is a cooler event, so no glass bottles and no oversized coolers allowed. It's my birthday bash. We're talking about fireworks, cutting at the cake rhythm section, the full works. If you haven't gotten your tickets, you could probably try and see if they could get you a tickets at Roberts. Call Roberts at 333-2181. That's 333-2181. See you there.
Optimum Health and Wellness. Are you sick and tired of being sick and tired? Get your Bioplasma Diagnostic Full Body Scan. Examines all of your organs in a single session. 95% accuracy. It's painless, non-invasive, and affordable. Call Pastor Job at 350-2628, 767-1031, or 275-6300. Sick and tired of being sick and tired? Get your Bioplasma plasma diagnostic full body scan at Job Optimum Health and Wellness.
Hi, Trinidad and Tobago. This is yours truly, Pastor Charles, streaming live from Port of Spain, Trinidad, Marval Road, 91.9. Our services start from, 12 midnight to 5 a.m. in the morning from the first, the second, and the last Wednesday of the month. We are going to have a T-I-M-E time in the presence of God. We will be praying, praise God, for our nation. We'll be praying for families. We'll be praying for those that are sick and those that are in need. Tune in to the best station, 91.9 FM, Street Live, Port of Spain, Maribel. It's all about the fastest growing reggae show in the land without a doubt. Right here on the Street 919 FM. Each and every Sunday from 7 p.m. to 9 p.m. with yours truly, MC Duke, alongside Selector Kochi. So make it a date and don't be late. Rock and come in, the line up, link up, creep up. You don't know reggae rock each and every Sunday. Salute God Amari, King Selassie.
Share the live. Share the live. The Street 919 FM on Facebook and Instagram. Share the live. Iowa George on Instagram. Share the live. Iowa TV and Street TV on YouTube. Share the live. The Street 919 FM.
a circle of love, yeah. Let we make a circle of love, yes. Let we make a circle of love, yeah. Na 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 no. The Atlantic Sea brought my forefathers to a place of paradise, and this foot on the sacred soil connected me to this blessed prize. But when I see what we have become, my heart bleeds. God knows that it's not right. Cause one and all got to come along, brother. We will win if we all unite. Cause it's the same blood will run through my veins, and it's the poor man holding the string. So let we let go the racial pains, greed and the fame, cause we're all the same. So when you see a brother fall, better pick him up. And when you hear a good news, better lift it up. Cause though the darkness is real and that's what we feel, there is a light in all of us. Let me see the lights of love. Wave them hands for me. Let me see the lights of love. Proud for the world to see. Oh yeah, now let me see the lights of love. Wave them hands for me. Let me see the lights of love. Proud for the world to see. All you come along. Let me make a circle of love. 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 Love, 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 love. Hands in the air if you know that you got the love. Yeah. We come here to show it up. Heart clean and not a negative thinking. High time we live it up. Love's supposed to bring we closer. My crew to fall on the Vegas. All thanks and praise to the Father and love for the brothers. Cause it's the same blood we run through my veins, and it's the pop man holding the string. So let we let go the racial pains, greed and the fame, cause we're all the same. And when you see a brother fall, better pick him up. And when you hear a good news, better lift it up. Cause though the darkness is real and that's what we feel, there is a light in all of us. Let me see the lights of love. Wave them hands for me. Let me see the lights of love. Proud for the worst.
All right, Trinidad and Tobago. So I'm back with you here on Street 919 FM. So let's talk the things then. Let's go back to the topic at hand. And let's talk the things then. All right. So before I went for the break, I was telling you about Mr. Ansel Roger. All right, so I think I went to the vlog. Let me see something here. All right. So this is a video I want to show you first. So listen to Ansel Roger. This is Ansel Roger in 2021 talking about this government. Right? Listen to Ansel Roger talking about this government in 2021. Listen to this now. I just sick and fed up, yes? Listen to this.
Feet on the streets. The feet of workers pounding the pavement, pounding the Baba Green, calling out for justice. But most importantly, calling out for the resignation of this government. This decision is going to plunge this country into chaos and confusion. They already can't deal with crime. They already cannot deal with the economy. They already cannot deal with health and so on. They already...
So he listed out what they can't deal with. They can't deal with crime. They can't deal with the economy. They can't deal with health. What else he say?
Cannot deal with education.
They can't deal with education.
They cannot provide jobs for our youth who are...
They can't provide jobs for the youth.
Qualified.
Who qualified? No. Just this week here. And let me tell you something. There's something wrong with we, you know. Because no matter what this government do, they're evil, they're wicked, and nasty, they're bad. So just this week here, they had a whole youth explosion. They had if you want jobs, they had a job fair where you could have gone to the job. I don't know, the way to come take them out of the bed, shake them up, bathe them, put on the drawers, put on the vest, put on the pants, put on the shirt, and get them out work. That's what they want. They literally want that. Don't get tap, eh? Don't get tap with Trinidadians, you know, and the mindset of these people, you know. They want the government to wake up a morning, send the army and the police, wake them up, say, hey, you have to go to work. We have a work for you. That's what they want. They literally want that. I don't care what nobody tell me. That's what they want. Or they just want you to put money in their account. So here what? Just part dust in my account now. Forget about anything. Well, are we suffering? Just part dust in my account. That a whole fear, you know. You know, I saw this girl who does be on TikTok. She have a lot of tattoo and stuff like that. I forget the young lady name, but she's be on TikTok and she went to the fair. And she said that she was shocked. She was so surprised at what she saw at the fair. At right in what do you call it? Napa. But you see, they can't come Napa. Let me stop fooling myself. They can't come Napa because Napa is a borderline. If you're from Duncan Street, Nelson Street, or Picton up there, you could come Napa to any fair. But that's the government fault that you can't come Napa. You know what I mean? That's the government fault. So, Ansel Roger, in his whole discourse, Ansel Roger, in nowhere I hear Ansel Roger talk about corruption. Did you hear Ansel Roger list out any corruption under this government? Let me go back again. I don't want to lie on him now. I don't want nobody to say I lie on him. So listen to Ansel Roger again.
On the streets, the feet of workers pounding the pavement, pounding the Baba Green, calling out for justice. But most importantly, calling out for the resignation of this government. This decision is going to plunge this country into chaos and confusion. They already can't deal with crime. They already cannot deal with the economy. They already cannot deal with health and so on. They already cannot deal with education. They cannot provide jobs for our youth who are qualified. Instead of creating jobs, they are taking away jobs. Since this government came into office, thousands and thousands of jobs have been lost. And they are asking the population now to side with them to take away even more jobs. Some 9,000 jobs in the first instance. And of course the impact that I had outlined that will carry. We are saying that this is a major issue, and on this issue, they must not be allowed to go scot-free. We demand that Dr. Rowley and his government call election now.
So, call election now. Call election now. You'll wait. You will wait. Yeah. You will wait, Ansel Roger. You will wait on that. Right? But I want to take you now to Ansel Roger. Back in 2015. All who forget, let me remind all you. All of you all who forget. I'm going to give you all a flashback. You know there's some flashbacks here, let's get? Listen to this flashback.
It is now up to all of us to save the very soul of our nation. Fellow citizens, as a people, we must never accept corruption. Under the People's Partnership, it has reached the scale of billions of dollars. When we consider the multi-million-dollar contracts given out to their friends, families, and financiers, and the controversial and questionable method by which these contracts are given out, we have absolutely no choice but to conclude that this is the most corrupt government we have ever experienced. This brutal and evil practice of corruption has brought terrible pain and suffering, anguish to the majority of our citizens. Why?
Stop. You hear we just say the corruption that the UNC have done? Ansel Roger just laid out to us what all of the things that a lot of us have forgotten. You know what we forget already? COVID. But we believe that COVID could not have done anything to our society or our community or our country. We believe we living in a real la la land. You see, we accept the madness that is being put out there on social media so much that we forget what happened from 2010 to 2015 and listen to Ansel Roger giving an address to the nation about UNC. But on the UNC page, they have a big video with Ansel Roger telling the government to call election now.
While a few continue to amass obscene wealth in the hundreds of millions, the vast majority of hard-working, law-abiding citizens continue to struggle daily just to survive and could barely make ends meet. In a country...
In 2015, Ansel Roger was saying to us that people could barely make ends meet.
Blessed with an abundance of resources. And now they have the audacity to come and tell us to tighten our belt because of low oil prices when they already put aside the millions of dollars they stole.
What? Ansel Roger, you remember saying that?
Remember how they condemned Calder Hart and the former administration? Well, deceitfulness knows no boundaries. Whilst their flagship campaign was Calder Hart, their government is guilty of much more than they allege that he had done. As a country, we must never forget scandals such as Section 34, Email Gate, Prison Gate. We must never forget major scandals in the life sport program, nor the massive corruption with the additional highway from Debe to Mondesir, which is costing us, the taxpayers, an extra $4 billion while making their friends instant millionaires.
You hear the raffle sheet that he just called out? I feel somehow you missed it. In case you missed it.
As a country, we must never forget scandals such as Section 34, Email Gate, Prison Gate. We must never forget major scandals in the life sport program, nor the massive corruption with the additional highway from Debe to Mondesir, which is costing us, the taxpayers, an extra $4 billion while making their friends instant millionaires. We must also remember the hundreds of millions of dollars in kickbacks to themselves from contracts given out to their friends and corruption with the distribution of state lands and houses from HDC to their friends and supporters. These are just but a few examples. As if these are not bad enough, we also have massive corruption with the hiring practices throughout the public service. At Petrotrin and all the other state enterprises. Corruption where people are hired solely on the basis of party loyalty, where they bring absolutely no added value to these entities, and at the same time, disenfranchise more qualified and competent persons. Evidently, this has also resulted in the extremely poor performance of these important state enterprises. Add to that the numerous allegations of major corruption at these state enterprises, which deny citizens proper infrastructure, education, and social security. Fellow citizens, corruption significantly reduces the quality of life, denies workers and citizens their just due. And it certainly denies us, the citizens, of proper health care. For instance, at our nation's hospitals, it is now normal for us to wait more than 24 hours to get attention, and then have to wait a further 24 hours just to get a bed, with some patients having to sleep on the floor.
But he was just blaming this government for poor health care? And? Are we serious, Mr. Roger? You serious?
And the hospitals, not having basic medications, we have to purchase them at private drugstores at a much higher cost. While this grave injustice continues, they and their friends with their corrupt millions can afford the best medical care at the best nursing homes. This is wrong and it must be condemned. And what about the controversies surrounding the Curup interchange, the $1 billion contracts for the Beetham wastewater plant and the FCB IPO scandal. Can you imagine, in the face of these controversies, damning evidence, numerous allegations, and overwhelming public perception of government corruption, they would like you to believe that your government is working for you? Well, on the basis of the unprecedented level of corruption, the Joint Trade Union Movement has decided to stage a national march through the streets of Port of Spain this Friday, December 5th. It is entitled, "It's Time to Take a Stand Against Corruption. Let us save Trinidad and Tobago." We gather at Woodford Square from 2 p.m. We invite all concerned citizens to be part of this historic action. Once again, we are all called to take a stand. If not you, then who? If not now, then when? We are now at a stage where to do nothing is not an option. As patriotic, law-abiding citizens, if we did nothing, we have only ourselves to blame. The Prime Minister must be held ultimately responsible. To quote the words of Peter Minshall, quote, "She is the mama of all mama guy, and boldface has never been so bold," end of quote. We, the people, must hold the Prime Minister to account. We in the labor movement have always demanded a different Trinidad and Tobago, a better Trinidad and Tobago, a corrupt-free Trinidad and Tobago.
We call Ms. Bissessa? You only live, you people who watching via YouTube and Facebook, all of you who come onto Facebook and YouTube, who listening to Mr. Ansel Roger now, who may have been a part of the march on Friday, who is calling for fresh elections, demanding fresh elections now. What did he say about Ms. Bissessa? Some of you can remember. I will give you all a reminder.
Once again, we are all called to take a stand. If not you, then who? If not now, then when? We are now at a stage where to do nothing is not an option. As patriotic, law-abiding citizens, if we did nothing, we have only ourselves to blame. The Prime Minister must be held ultimately responsible. To quote the words of Peter Minshall, quote, "She is the mama of all mama guy, and boldface has never been so bold," end.
Mama of all mama guy, and boldface has never been so bold. You telling me to call fresh elections now? You serious, boy? You serious? Come on, Trinidad and Tobago, we serious? The level of ignorance that comes through social media. You know, just this weekend, my cousin was telling me, he said, "Cuz, if I don't listen to your radio station, and I only listen to social media, I only watch what's going on social media, you know, I will be forced to believe half of the things that are being said." I want to say it again. My cousin told me, "Cuz, if I don't watch or listen to your program or programs on 91.9, and I just was to look at social media and believe everything I see and hear on social media," he said, "I'd have been a big dunce." Ignorance. This is Mr. Ansel Roger talking to Trinidad and Tobago. You hearing me, Trinidad and Tobago? My mic is on. Testing 1, 2, 3. You all hearing me? Anybody hearing me? Anybody hearing me on the radio and on Facebook and on YouTube? I want to know if you're hearing me. You know why I want to know if you're hearing me? Because I just played for you what Ansel Roger did a live. He did a address to the nation. He did an address to Trinidad and Tobago, telling us, reading out for us, like a raffle sheet, Ms. Bissessa, track record. And then want to tell me now that you want fresh elections. To put who? That is my question. To put who? I am taking calls. You call me now and tell me who we should put to govern Trinidad and Tobago. Who? Who? Tell me who. I'm not going to say anything again. You call in, this is your chance now. UNC people, PNM people, PDP people, all of you, this is your turn and your chance to call me and tell me who you believe we should put to govern Trinidad and Tobago now. Hello, good afternoon. Good morning, sorry.
Good morning, Pastor. That's a classic. You have a classic tape there. And if I was a member in the hierarchy of the PNM, you will be my public relation. Because you're taking that straight down the election. Now, you hear the question you ask, who will you put? I would like to ask Andy Roger the same thing. Who's the alternative government you have to put, for the people to put, other than the PNM? That's the question I want to ask Ansel Roger and the union today. Because you call the alternative government the Master Mamagai. I want to hear who is the alternative government Ansel Roger have, and you call them corrupted. You give us a raffle sheet, everything, life sport, crop interchange, the highway, everything. I want to hear you know who you want us to put for the government. Not a corrupted government, Ansel Roger. We're not going to give them that treasury again. So you tell us who you have in mind. And neither Abdullah. Let's hear who you have, bruh. Come on the table and say who's the alternative government. And Pastor Google, keep that tape until election, eh? Have a good day.
All right. Thank you very much.
You know, as the years come on, right? A lot of things just come with it. Senility is one of them, yeah?
Pastor Google, I could recall 2019. Now, Lambert is the union representative. Now, Manu, I ain't no union. All because of this situation here with these people on politics. They came to us. They tell us about pension plan in 2019. We met in December. Pastor Google, they were supposed to meet back with the CPO and thing in 2020. In January. They were supposed to meet back with us, the worker, in March. Now, they were a lockdown. Now, we're not hearing anything from Lambert and them concerning that negotiation that was going on. Now, this caller here, she is right. What have they done for their union members? Nothing. They have done nothing during the lockdown. Now, mind you, people, I'm speaking to my workers and them. We were home drawing a big fat salary. Because I'm paying for my house and I was wondering to myself, Lord Father, how I going to pay for my house? They might have to put me out in the pandemic. Can we all go to Lambert and Roger and them and get some assistance? Nothing. We see how PAC is. And then we have the ranting, raving man called Watson Duke, where set out all your union people. All you have piece of land there where was supposed to build houses and things that other unions could have followed. Nothing. I find, Pastor Google, it's time that workers, whether be union or non-union, form a protest against these so-called union leaders. No, hear one telling the Prime Minister that he don't like poor people and whatever. And when the Prime Minister now call him out on the worker that he fire from his organization and he tell him, come forward and we're going to do it against a committee. Now he turn and say he not falling for that. These unions and them are a bag of tricks. They are tricksters. They are worse than criminals because they don't care about we the workers. And why they don't say that when they go and bargain for we, that the government will say, well, yes, we are getting our money's worth so we could give them what they want. Well, if it's the IMF they want, is the IMF they're going to get. And let them remember that they can't remove Roger unless they have any election. Pastor Google, I looked on and listening.
You know, I have another clip for you. You know, I have another clip here for you guys. And I want you guys to join me on the live to see this clip. Share the live. Share the live. All my Facebook people, thanks so much. The numbers on Facebook is 285 and counting. The numbers on YouTube has gone up to 307 and counting. Well, I have another clip. You think Ansel Roger could say, all right, let's just say he say, yeah, but I make a mistake. Let's just say he say that. I make a mistake. You're going to make a mistake twice? You'll make a mistake twice? Well, I have another clip I want to show you guys. So I want you to share the live, and I want you also to do me a favor, Trinidad and Tobago. If you know anybody who are part of the union, tell them to jump on now. Tell them to come on the live. If they are part of the union, tell them to come on the live. You want them to come on the live now. All right? Tell them to come on the live, 3-4. And also, when you come on the live, tell them they can call in. We're taking their calls. 342-0081, 342-0081, 771-1791, 771-1791, and 466-5391. We take your calls. Right, so I think I have it ready now. So come on the live or share the live, right? This is really interesting. So let's go. Look at this Trinidad and Tobago. 284 persons on Facebook. Good morning to you guys. Thank you very much for being a part of Constructive Talk with me, Pastor Google. Some people can't even pull at 10. or 25 or 80 persons are alive, but they want to fight D down. Oh yeah, leave me alone. So let's go. Listen to Ansel Roger. Listen to Ansel Roger. Ole hearing this? You only hearing what this man just say? The man say every government minister under the People's Partnership could have been pointed out in corruption. What it is Ole really telling me, boy? Ole, something wrong, you know, boy. Something wrong with these people, boy. Hear what? I'm coming back. Right, so I'm back. That we talking about, right? All right, so back at your turn to be go. Take that. Right. A good day. A real good day. Okay. Let me pull back. So I think people were complaining that they wasn't hearing Mr. Ansel Roger. People were complaining that they wasn't hearing him. All right. What I will try to do, I'll try and see if I can get it. But I really wanted you all to hear this, boy. Really, really wanted you to hear Ansel Roger, boy. Ansel Roger, this man calling for elections, Calling for elections. I will fix that. I apologize to those of you who not hearing, but you'll fix that. All right? So, I wanted to take some calls. Okay. So, I want to take some calls on 342-0081, 342-00. I know that you all are not hearing me on the radio, but you all are hearing. The people who are on YouTube and on Facebook, they are the fortunate ones, and that's the power of social media. Let me put it out there one time. That is the power of social media. So those of you who are, was that no more? No, I don't want to hear Robert no more. Okay, people say they don't want to hear no more Ansel Roger. So let me take some calls, all right? I had to take some calls. Hello, good afternoon. Good morning.
Pastor Google, we hear you on the radio now.
You hear me on the radio now?
Yeah.
Beautiful. Thank you. Where are you calling me from?
Pastor Google, stop it.
Okay.
It's
Pardon?
It's MG, you know what I'm calling.
Hey, right. No, well, we trying to find out too where people are hearing us from, eh? All right. Thank you very much. All right, so if you are hearing me on the radio, you can tell me where you're hearing me from so that we can do a nice survey and give us an idea of where people are hearing us from. I'll really appreciate that. So if you're hearing me in, let me say, wherever, Tunapuna, San Fernando, wherever you hear me from, you can when you call in, let's let us know if you're hearing us on the radio, if you're listening to us on Facebook or YouTube. Hi.
I am hearing you from Love Until.
Love Until. Pardon?
Love Until.
Yes. Shak Lady. Thank you very much, Shak Lady.
Okay.
All right, bye-bye. Right, so Shak Lady is hearing me in Love Until. All right, so taking your calls, 342-0081. After hearing Mr. Ansel Roger, what is your views? Mr. Porter Spain, where are you hearing me from?
Porter Spain self, I hearing you on the radio.
Beautiful.
Loud and clear.
Loud and clear. Thank you very much, Mr. Porter Spain. Pardon?
Could I make a quick
comment?
Yeah,
you go ahead, man.
I was one of the favorites of Ansel Roger.
You are not alone, Mr. Porter Spain? You are not alone? Why you think you are alone in that respect? I also would have felt that Mr. Roger in his quest to save Trinidad and Tobago from the People's Partnership, I would have also felt as though Mr. Roger would have had his head on his shoulder.
Exactly. One of the things that was very disappointing to me is that the opposition leader, them, and still is, no, the Prime Minister and opposition leader now, call out on Ansel Roger telling him how he should have been charged for some kind of manslaughter. Remember that? With
Of course.
And how he paid off money to cover up certain evidence. Wasn't that damning, my dear brother Google? To see Ansel Roger went back to the said person who accused him of a serious crime and say he handed her something of no confidence in Dr. Rowley and the PLM. Ansel Roger, are you for truth, boy? I mean, you eating your own vomit, boy? You remember what that lady did to you with the PP government, Ansel? Nah, man. Oh, God, man. You can't forget that. Everybody was on you. All of a sudden, you on Dr. Rowley, and you're studying the people who think you who threatened to go to court if you didn't get the oil behind me. So remember that, Ansel? Moulinho and all of them, we had the tapes and them saying that if the government only care that, when they go all in the Privy Council. I mean, come on, man. I really have to believe now, Brother Google, that Pandey said, politics have its morality of its own. We have seen it whole face now. Thank you very much for allowing me this contribution.
Thank you very much, Mr. Paul Spain, for your contribution. So, taking your calls. So, I am really tired of these people trying to take us for fools, trying to make us believe as though, hear what? At the end of the day, they have the moral authority to speak to us in any which way they choose. And I'm sorry, but I think we need to stand up as a nation now and tell them, hear what, you shouldn't talk. You should have the least to say to me right now. Right? You should have the least to say up to me about any issue that's happening in Trinidad and Tobago. The least. To put it nice. You should have really less to tell me. You understand? Because when you can have your way, you prefer us to go back in a hellhole. That's really it. That's really it. If you can't have your way, then we're going down in a hellhole. But what can I say? Apparently, we like it so. Hello, good afternoon. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning, Pastor Gogo. Pastor Gogo, Roger and them have the devil bread waiting for them. He needed it, though. Very done with it, and after waiting there for them, they're going to know about it and go birds. Thank you.
I hear you, brother.
Broadcasting from Trinidad to the world. The Street919FM.com.
So we're taking your calls wherever you are in Trinidad and Tobago. Let us know if you're hearing us loud and clear on the Street 919 FM. Right? So as we get ready to go for the news in a short bit, tell me where you're calling me from and if you're hearing me on the radio and how good is it coming across to you. 342-0081 466-5391.
Everyone is crying out for peace, yes. None is crying out for justice. I don't want no peace. I need equal rights and justice. I need equal rights and justice.
So, again, as I said before, I don't know about you, but I've sat and now listened, and I've come to the conclusion that people are really on self, and what they could get. On self and what they could get. At the end of the day, Ansel Roger, I am disappointed in the... I am really tired of it now. I'm tired of it. You all have a political party, the political party not even making sense. Let's be real, the political party that you all have is not even making any sort of sense. Where is your political leader? Huh? Hello, good afternoon. Good morning.
Pastor?
Aye.
Yeah, morning, Grandy in the house.
Aye.
Listen to you on YouTube.
Okay.
Yeah, Pastor Google.
Uh-huh.
You could correct me if when the PNM was going up for election, right? They did have a wrong table with the union.
Yeah.
And there was and if I remember there was I think there was offered some money.
I don't know about that.
You there? Something was offered, but it had a wrong table with the union, if I recall. But Pastor Google also, I would just like to put out something there that the fellas in the quarry in Besson Street, St. Paul Street would like to get some light to play football and cricket in the night up there, right? Listen to your program, and man, you really the Pastor Google. Listen to your program, man.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Grandy. So we're getting ready to go for the news. When we come back from the news, we continue. I will try my best to get in contact with the Commissioner of Police.
The views expressed are not necessarily the views of the management of the Street 919 FM.
Tune in to the Street 919 FM every Friday from 9:15 a.m. to 9:30 a.m. with Kingdom Health Services, situated at number 125 Eastern Main Road in Tunapuna. For the program, Health and Healing, merging the old with the new, with Mr. Brent Diet. For more information, call 318-7471 or 484-0141 or 360-4100. It's all about Kingdom Health Services on the Street 919 FM.
Join Pastor Kelvin Heinerine and friends for The Way, The Truth, The Life Radio Ministry, a Church of God ministry, live on the Street 919 FM from 6 p.m. to 7 p.m. This and every Sunday on the Street 919 FM. Jesus said, I am the way, the truth, and the life. No man cometh to the Father except through me. John chapter 14, verse 6. For further information, contact 686-3845-349-5178 or 342-7303.
In Trinidad and Tobago, there are so many things to talk about. Social issues, injustice, child abuse, domestic violence, political scandals, and much more. On HOTP, we will cover all that and much more. Don't forget, you can catch us every Wednesday, Saturday, and Sunday nights from 7 p.m. to 9 p.m. on Facebook and Instagram. Hot off the press. Hot topics, no filter.
Blessings in the wonderful name of Jesus. My name is Nikki Garcia, and you are invited to listen to the Final Hour broadcast every Monday from 12. or 623-8444. Tune in and prepare to be blessed.
As my life I lay it on the altar, as my life.
Tune in Listen to The Street 91.9 FM
every Sunday from 10:05 a.m. to 11 a.m.
for the Repairing of the Breach radio program with me, Bishop Showinau Thomas.
The scripture says, "And they that shall be of thee shall build the old waste places.
Thou shalt raise up the foundation of many generations, and thou shalt be called the repairers of the breach, the restorers of the paths to dwell in."
Don't miss it. Repairing the Breach radio program with Bishop Sherwin R. Thomas on The Street 919 FM every Sunday from 10:05 a.m. to 11 a.m.
Good about I'm looking like it real bad.
Are you ready for that boat experience again? The Sea Champion and the Embassy say, book with us for that unforgettable boat ride experience. Sea Champion leaving from King's Wharf, San Fernando, and the Embassy leaving from Breakfast Shed, Port of Spain, or Westside Trinidad. For more information, call 399-5959 to 814723 or email us at coralvisiontT@gmail.com. Book now and reserve your cruise.
Hey, that boat I look like it as well.
Share the live. Share the live. This Street 919 FM on Facebook and Instagram. Share the live. Iowa George on Instagram. Share the live. Iowa TV and Street TV on YouTube. Share the live. The Street 919 FM.
Broadcasting from Trinidad to the world. The Street 919FM.com. News from the Street 919FM.com. Here's what's happening.
Good afternoon. I am Vanessa Thomas with the 12 o'clock news on The Street 919 FM and online Facebook and YouTube on Iwer TV. In the headlines, crime out of control in TNT with 40 murders recorded over the past 72 hours. 202 new COVID cases recorded, 4 more people die. Internationally, Earth broke the record for the shortest day since atomic clocks were invented. And now the news in detail. With 14 murders recorded in the past 72 hours, and with the overall murder toll more than 340 for the year thus far, one criminologist is concerned that the murder rate is now out of control. Dr. Wendell Wallace says in all jurisdictions in the world there is crime, but at some point in time it must be acknowledged that crime is out of control. Statistics show that there were fewer murders recorded for the same period last year. At that time, the murder rate was 227. The criminologist was speaking on CNC3's The Morning Brew program when he expressed concern that criminals are now more brazen since they are no longer hiding under the cover of night and are carrying out attacks in public places in broad daylight. Dr. Wallace suggested that the powers that be dig deeper to find the root causes of crime in our society. In more news, 4 more people died due to COVID-19. The Ministry of Health, in its latest update on Sunday, said these latest deaths have pushed the national death toll to 4,079. All 4 people, 1 elderly male, 2 elderly females, and 1 young female had multiple pre-existing conditions, including diabetes, hypertension, heart disease, and kidney disease. The Health Ministry also reported 202 people have tested positive for the virus. At present, the total number of active cases in the country is 7,184. Internationally, if you feel like there's less time in the day, you are correct. Scientists recorded the shortest day on Earth since the invention of atomic clocks. The atomic clock has been used since the 1950s to tell time and measure the Earth's rotation. According to the International Earth Rotation and Reference Systems Service, an organization in charge of global timekeeping, said when dinosaurs still roamed the planet 70 million years ago, a single day on Earth lasted about 23.5 hours. Scientists documented Earth's rotation slowing down since 1820, according to NASA. And that was the 12 o'clock news on The Street 919 FM and online Facebook and YouTube on Iwer TV. Recapping the headlines, crime out of control in TNT with 40 murders recorded over the past 72 hours. 202 new COVID cases recorded, 4 more people die. And internationally, Earth broke the record for the shortest day since atomic clocks were invented. Do enjoy your afternoon and continue to be safe. I am Vanessa Thomas.
from the street. News from the street. 919fm.com.
So I'm back with you. So let me see if I can get the Commissioner of Police on the phone line. Because as you just heard in the newscast, crime is a big issue right now in Trinidad and Tobago. So let's see if we can get the Commissioner online. I don't talk about Ansel Roger. I want to talk about the crime situation now in Trinidad and Tobago. Right? So we're going to try our best to get the Commissioner of Police, all right? We're going to try to get him on the line. We want to hear from him. What is his view? What do they have in place, boy, for what's happening? What is this? What is going to be going on from now on? So I want you to join me as we have this discussion with the Commissioner of Police. I'm really trying to get him on the phone line. If I do get him, well, we're going to have this discussion with him.
Sentenced God to death with falsehood and folly. They blindfold simple people for power and the profit that they get. Some would burn you at the stake, rack you and wheel you out for mere denial or even doubt. With violence and bribery they try. Is your soul they want to buy? Jesus said, come freely, all who labor and are weary. Come rest in me. Christ say, rest in me. And I say, too shall be in the field, one shall be chosen. Oh yeah, two shall be at the wheel, only one will fly. Man, every stone shall be upturned and false government shaken, while God's truth and his people are lifted high, so high. The Father never needed religion or systems of earth. His truth stands on its own and proves its worth. Yesterday, today, forever. God's statutes changes never. No man true government is when God leads my leaders. Oh, oh yeah. True government is when God instructed the leader.
All right, so I just spoke to the Commissioner of Police, Mr. Jacob, and he said to me I could call him back in the next 10 minutes, and he's going to be live with me on air to talk about the crime situation. In the meanwhile, what are your thoughts about the crime situation in Trinidad and Tobago? How do you feel? Do you feel that you're not safe? All right, so we're going to have the commissioner on the line in a little bit. What are some of the things that you want me to ask him or to question him or to share with him about? So that's what I want to do now. So I want you to send me your voice notes or send me your, or you can call me now. Tell me if you were in my seat, if you were sitting here and you have the commissioner on the phone line, what are some of the things you would want me to ask him, or what are you concerned about? How do you feel that you're not safe here? All right. So hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Pastor Google. One of the things I would like to see happen, so he can hear that in the different areas where you have police stations, they should be checking on the ownership of people driving vehicles. They don't have to do it every minute, but spot check and things as they come along. Check their ID. Then get so many cars.
So you're saying that they need to have roadblocks?
No, but okay, you could say roadblock, but like the police in their area, they're there all the time. They check the village. They go and they check. They drive around. So you see somebody.
Well, they do that in my community, yes. So
you spot check instead of doing a roadblock where you have a whole line of traffic. You spot check because and make sure, but they have to do something with the engine too, so they can, they can identify, yes, you are the ownership and it's a genuine vehicle and so on, right? Because one time they stopped me I don't know for what, and went away with my driver's permit. I had to pull them up, but they didn't take me on, and then they checked. They went in the other vehicle and checked maybe to see I had tickets outside, whatever. And that, but to check and see and check the vehicle. You don't have to do all the vehicle, but you do not. So people will be aware that the police is out there and doing their job, and you cannot be playing the fool. You can't be lying about when other people working hard and you're destroying the country. No. Take care.
Okay, thank you. Hello, good afternoon.
Pleasant afternoon to you, Pastor Google.
Hi, good afternoon, Miss New Village. How are you going?
I'm blessed. I'm listening to you. I couldn't get on the radio. It's still kind of crowded thing, but I'm hearing you myself. I want to say that the crime situation, I think it's a blessing for some people. And they will only feel it when it reaches home. All what is going on there, I have never heard that opposition leader come out and implore and beg the people to stop it. Somebody have a joy in what is going on. But the pain will only come serious when it touches home. I want to encourage people this morning. Everybody blaming is Mr. Rowley. Everything that happens, Mr. Rowley, is the government. The police cannot be in everybody's house. The police cannot be watching the street 24/7. The police is human beings just as us. And we have to understand that we have to check on our children home. Some people afraid their children because they have let it get out of hand. So they can't talk now, especially if you used to accept things from them when they know they didn't have it to give you. So now we have to say this country is in chaos, but God is in control. And we who know the power of prayer could still seek God and ask God for his divine intervention. We have sinned, Trinidad has sinned, You have done things that we ought not to do, but God is able. People don't give up. Don't give up. Just reach out. And I want to say, no government, as I said again, stays there forever. And God is going to keep who He put there until such time. There will not be declaring and we declaring there will never be a 1970 and a 1990 again in this country. Because nobody will benefit from it. Everybody will be in pain. So this morning, I know you just work hard, Pastor Google. You just work real hard on this station. And not you alone. The morning program too, and the evening program. But I want to say people listening and some not hearing. But don't give up. And I am imploring after all this is done, you must be rewarded. You must be rewarded. You have done well. And you can know who are computer savvy, and they could have programs. Just all the other thing, the opposition having programs, have programs. You see what you run there this morning? Is a reminder. Black jacket, white jacket. Is anybody I could get from? But this must stop. Let us be able to lift our country and to pray for our country. Have a blessed day. Have a blessed evening. Go home safely. I wouldn't call in regularly, but when you see things and I feel to call, I will call. Have a nice day.
Thank you very much. Thank you very, very much. Yes, so I want to call the commissioner, but I will give you all, I'll take 2 more calls. All right, 2 more calls. Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Pastor Google. To God be the glory for great things He has done and He will continue to do. The commissioner will not be able to answer the question, or even I ask him what could be done. We have to go back into the communities, the homes. Parents know the children doing something. And they're not speaking to children because they cannot talk to them. The children open up their mouth hard on the parents. They're abusing the parents. They're walking out. Parents still allowing them to come in the house all kind of hours in the night. And then these are the same parents, these children. When police step in and they get damaged, you have the protest. Where's the protest for the 12 murders that took place over this weekend? No protest, but the same parents will come out and protest. The same community will come out and protest when police step in and somebody gets shoot. The community commissioner cannot help it. Some people benefiting from this. And this is all I say for the moment.
Thank you very much.
Let God bless.
Last caller before I call the commissioner. Hello, good morning.
Good afternoon, Pastor. Good afternoon, Pastor Google.
Good afternoon.
Pastor Google, unless you bring back the hangman, the cat-o'-nine, and get serious with this crime business, where bail and is concerned for murder and other things, we should be, that crime thing should be dropping slowly. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, so let me call the commissioner now. All right, allow me to call the commissioner now.
Same trap. Oh, when will mankind learn to see? That the further we stray from Jehovah's roadmap, is the more we invite in misery. There's no better way in this world for peace and total rest. Tried and tested, Christ's way is the best. No philosophy, no creed could ever supersede what the Holy Bible, wonderful oracle, showing the people. Oh yeah, and two shall be.
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, yes.
Hi, good afternoon, Commissioner.
Yeah, I thought I wouldn't call you back on.
No.
10 minutes ago. Wait.
Mr. Acting Commissioner, let me apologize. I believe that you were going to call me back. It's just that it's you're shocked, brother.
Yeah, what station is this?
This is 91.9 FM. You're live on air. I have you live already. How you going? All right? I know this is not a time to ask you if you're all right, but because of the state of...
I am okay. This is the time when all my experience and thing in dealing with crime and malbehavior, right, and training and qualification, everything comes in, have to take a part now in order to continue moving on and dealing with the situation that we are in.
Beautiful. Commissioner, Acting Commissioner, first question I want to ask you, or first question I would like for you to deal with, is that we are seeing that there's a lot of gun crime in Trinidad and Tobago. A lot. And yesterday I was in church, and while in church you're hearing gunshots as if it's fireworks. Right, because I was at Besso Street.
Can I have church?
Besso Street, Deliverance Temple.
All right, so I will leave to talk to you on that. Yeah.
Right. So I visited there. I got invited to a service there, and I'm sitting in the church, and you're hearing gunshots like if it's like going out of style. And my question is, we don't manufacture guns here. How are these guns getting into the hands of these young people, these young men?
You see, initially, there was some thought processes without the proper research and analysis that the firearms were coming in from the Venezuelan mainland, because we know of the situation with Venezuela. Okay?
Yes.
I am not disputing the fact at all that there may be some, we know as a fact that some firearms came through that mode.
Yes.
But what we have identified, which is factual, that because of the paucity probably of our legal borders, meaning to say our ports, the airport, Point Lisa, and if you go back to 1990 and the situation with the guns coming in, you will understand. We have identified these areas as the main areas that most of these firearms are coming in. We also have factual data that the firearms are coming mainly from North America, from Miami, from Baltimore, Georgia, Texas, because we have a relationship with the ATF, the Alcohol, Tobacco and Firearm Bureau. In fact, any firearm that we seized in Trinidad and Tobago, we have a database that we have a link with the ATF, and it is placed there and the searches are done, and we get back reports from them where the last transaction of that firearm take place. What you see happening in America with the whole aspect of the freedom of persons being able to purchase firearms are in fact affecting our nation. Not just Trinidad and Tobago. If you read the papers today, you'll see the Jamaica Prime Minister is also commenting on the problem that Jamaica is having with the proliferation of firearms. Firearms is a big business, right? And he's complaining and he is indicating that they need to tighten up the whole aspect of the border. In fact, Jamaica already have over 850 murders to the year so far, so they are grappling with the same problem. You also have a situation which might be a bit different in Belize, where they have to call some limited state of emergency with gang operations in relation to firearms also. So what is playing out in North America with that freedom of the purchase of firearms are in fact affecting Trinidad and Tobago. I can talk openly with it because we have the factual information about where these firearms or the last transaction of the firearms took place, right where persons purchased it. 3 years ago, a person linked with Trinidad was in fact charged in Georgia for exporting from the United States illegally to Trinidad 36 firearms. So that's the reason why we work hand in hand with the international agencies. And recently, too, someone else was charged for exporting 3 firearms to Trinidad and Tobago. If you go to Barbados, you will see incidents where they're actually breaking up the firearm in the different parts and sending down the parts, and then you have persons assembling it. We believe that similar things happen in Trinidad also. So therefore, we need to tighten up our borders and all these things that are coming in. They are work being done by the Ministry of National Security, our defense, our customs and excise with a border security issue being supported by the international agencies. So we can tighten up the way how all these goods and services come into the country. Just last year, after some goods left the port in Port of Spain, from our intelligence, we were able to intercept it in Woodbrook, and that is where we found some firearms and other things, in fact, in washing machines.
In washing machines?
Yes, that were coming into the country.
So then, Commissioner, you are saying to me, if I'm hearing you correctly, that the guns that are on our streets are coming through our legal ports.
That is what I'm saying without any reservation. I am saying a large portion of it is coming through our legal. And as I want to indicate, I'm not saying at all that firearms may not be coming through our illegal ports and from the mainland, but that is minuscule. So what we have identified, remember, last year and even this year, in bonds, 2 bonds in different locations, in one instance we got 4-something firearms, in another instance 23 firearms. In the bond, in both Chessport and a bond in Couva, and we have things coming in barrels. We have identified it, and the evidence is there.
So, Commissioner, how are we, if we have a gun amnesty, where we ask these young men or these whoever they are to bring in the illegal guns, you think that could work? You think that could help? Because there's also the notion, Commissioner, that people are asking that citizens bear arms, because the way things are going, some people are worried.
Well, the citizens bearing arms will not help the situation.
Okay.
So there's a gunman tongue. It will not help the situation. It will make matters worse. Because we have not yet completed our intelligence and investigation to identify some of the guns that are even being used are legal guns. That work needs to be done also in relation to work that is being done. But the point that you are making about the arming the persons and the persons, I don't subscribe to that. If that persons who deserve to be issued with firearms can be issued, but I don't believe it should be some open floodgate for everybody to be armed to handle. In no country we have seen that work. It have only made matters worse. What we need to do, even to have an amnesty, we need to tighten up all our systems so that guns cannot easily come into the country. The experience in some other countries with amnesty is that when you put out there and you say bring in the guns, a lot of the persons and gang persons brought in the old guns.
Right.
They got payment they got payment for bringing in those old guns. That's the guns they brought, the old ones, not the modern ones that they had. And then they took that money to purchase other guns. Jamaica right now is also grappling with that question of an amnesty. But before you even call an amnesty, you have to ensure that you have tightened up your borders, tighten up all the cracks where persons can get guns in the country. Now, a lot of work was done within the last few months in tightening it up. But in so doing, from the Ministry of National Security perspective, there is still a lot of guns on the streets. We already reached 394 firearms recovered.
Whoa.
And out of that, 60 is high-powered weapons. But for the whole of last year, we recovered 61 high-powered weapons. This year already, we already see 60. So some of the things that we are seeing may not be those that came in the country recently, could be from stock some years before. Because as I told you from last year before, because we have now tightened up things tremendously, and there's a lot of work being done through the Ministry of National Security at our various points of ports and so forth, so in order to cut down that prevalence of firearms coming into the country.
Okay. All right. So, Commissioner, people are asking, is it that our immigration officers are sleeping on the job? I know you cannot answer to that because you are not in, that is out of your purview, right? We are.
But want to make something clear. You use the word immigration. You have immigration. You have the customs and exiles. You have the port authority. You have the airport authority. You have different people with different responsibility. So that is the reason why I like to single out. I just have to say our enforcement officers at the various ports, we need to tighten up things. And also, remember, you're talking about the bond. We're talking about the entire system in how goods comes into this country through the ports and how the bond system works in Trinidad and Tobago, which is now being reviewed through the Ministry of National Security.
Okay, all right, okay. Well, so tell us, Commissioner, we are at what is our murder toll presently? Because I know there are so much wrong figures that are out there, and I wanted for you to tell my listeners what is the murder toll for 2022 at this point.
Right, and I will give you the correct number at this point in time.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Right now, we have 356 murders so far for the year.
356?
Yes.
Okay.
Right. And basically, last year, there were 229, right? The year before, which is the two skewed years that we tend to speak about, was 277. 2019, it was 354. 2018, it was again 348. So what we are indicating is that we consider 2020 and 2021 skewed years because of the lockdown with COVID. And I have tried to explain coming from a basic and simple criminological aspect, is that when opportunities are reduced and a place is locked down, there will be less opportunities for crime, so the crime rate tends to go down. That is the reason why when we are checking how we are going, we check against the years which are not the skewed years. In 2011, we had a state of emergency. That was the only year we had basically 354 murders. After that, the lowest we had after that is 399, and that was in 2020, in the heart of our lockdown with COVID. So it demonstrates that all over the years we have a continuation of a high incidence of murders. In 2019, we had 539 murders. So we are That is the reason why we call for all faith-based organizations, non-government organizations, and government departments that deals with the whole aspect, the Ministry of Social Development, Family Services, Ministry of Sport, and all the various things to be involved and join in to go into the communities. Because these young leaders are basically getting young people to join with them to easily. Why is that happening? If we have arrested 1,100 and something persons already for the year for firearm offenses, right? For firearm-related offenses, and I'm only dealing with that for the among persons charged. And yet, you have young people being available for these. Some of them are very charismatic young leaders.
Yes.
To recruit young people, 17-year-olds, 16-year-olds, to be joining the gangs and giving them a gun. And I explained to the community, to the society, in relation to that whole aspect of the psychology of firearm possession. A 14-year-old with an AK-47 or AR-15, he become a hell of a fella. He become more than a man. He become a giant. And he feels so strong and powerful. And then you have a charismatic young leader is telling him about certain things to do, and he will go out there and carry out the activities. So you want to know things that so Brayson, it is because of that sort of firearm that is being in the hands of these young people that they feel empowered to go out there and carry out their act.
Right. So what do you all have planned now? If you don't mind me asking, what can citizens look forward to, or what do you all have in chain to bring or to deal with this level of violence and crime that we're seeing going through not just one part of Trinidad and Tobago, but apparently now it's going all, because just recently in Marabella there's a young man that got shot on the line in Marabella. There's so we want to know, or citizens want to have an idea now. Well, okay, you all are seeing what's happening. The crime is getting out of control. The murders are getting out of control. As some people will put it, we have reached a place now where we want to know, can we look to Acting Commissioner Jacob for some sort of help?
Well, the first thing is, there are certain things that I will not claim. We don't, and I asking us not to claim it because we don't want to bring it into reality. I heard some persons claiming a lot of things, failed state, a lot of it, and looking at how our neighbors, Jamaica and things, who is grappling with the same problem, how they handle the situation in Belize and some of the other countries, how they are handling the situation. They didn't throw their hands up in the air. They deal with the laws accordingly. Right now, the Jamaican, they are reviewing the laws in relation to guns. We have now opened up a system because persons can easily get bail because the legislation went into, it became defunct on the 4th of August. Persons can now get bail for murder. So we now have to look at what is in Trinidad and Tobago. While some of the other countries may have that available to them, we don't. So we now have to tighten up even more on our law enforcement. So we have something what we call active directed patrols. But in order to do the active directive initiative, we need more manpower.
Okay.
So immediately, more manpower. So immediately from today in 5 police divisions, we have now curtailed leave.
Okay.
Right? Both days off leave and vacation leave for police officers. Right? Officers now who used to work 8 to 6 days have to work 24, 48 so that we can get more manpower. The task forces that worked 24, 48 now have to work 24, 24. We now working hand in hand with the defense force where a certain amount of defense force personnel are assigned to us. Additional, I have to say, because they have been working up in certain areas where we are going to do grid systems throughout Trinidad and Tobago. The active directed initiative involves a lot of road stops checks, which will be intelligence driven. We have a targeted 5 divisions right now in order to do that, and it will be running in a tough way for the next 2 weeks. So we are saying to expect some inconvenience, but it is totally necessary that we get the things going, because there is in fact a declared war among 4 gangs in Trinidad and Tobago where they are fighting. So when you talk about hearing about the shooting in Besson Street, that was as a result of that. And in fact, we are fortunate that one of our women police officers who was proceeding off leave from a particular department in Port of Spain, where herself and another vehicle heading up in Laventil was attacked by 5 gunmen, and she managed to escape even though her vehicle crashed, and she ended up in the safety of Besson Street Police Station together with the other persons. That is some of the that you heard on Sunday morning, you know, because there's warfare between some gangs, and sometimes it's just a roadway that is separating them, and we are aware of it and we expect. So we have persons from the Defense Force, our Guard and Emergency Branch, our IATF, and other agencies actually on the ground in these areas, trying to hold the ground to prevent the gang warfare from escalating. And I think right now we have mounted a major exercise in Port of Spain, doing searches headed by the Assistant Commissioner, Mr. Nurse, that is being conducted, and we'll be doing it from areas to areas. So we want to give the population the assurance that the police are now making another sacrifice by intensifying our presence on the roadway and are doing a lot of operations in order that we can, in fact, if not eradicate, but to reduce this whole aspect of gun violence on the streets in Trinidad and Tobago.
You want to give us an idea, Commissioner, where like where these gangs are operating and like the dynamics of, okay, so I live south, right? So I could give you an idea. Like, let me say you have the guys from Mbakade who might be in war with Monrepo, who might be in war with the fellas and them of Springland, and then they might have Springvale, sorry. All right, so you have Springvale, Mbakade, Monrepo, and Current Hills. So I'll give you the dynamics there, Commissioner. I could tell you that's the dynamics of South.
Yeah, well, I know South well, and and those are some of the dynamics in South. Some of the areas are not so hot as before because of work done, like in the Current Hill and some other places that you talk about. We still have problems on the line. We have problems extend to the Princestown area, some outskirts in Princestown, you know, where we have some issues. So we identify it. But our problem a lot now is in the urban, a lot of main urban areas right now in our Western Division, in the Rich Plain area. Right. And most of these things is in the heights. Sometimes a lot of the shooting taking place in the hills. Yeah. Because what is happening, we have a lot of disorganized housing areas. Okay. What we would call squatting areas. Yes. Where persons go into the hilly areas and it is in fact an environment that some persons who are involved in criminal activities choose to go. And then when the war breaks out, it tends to be there. So you may hear, like, I will give an example. You may hear El Dorado Road in Tunapuna had a murder. But that may not be in the flats in El Dorado. That may be in the El Dorado Road going up into the hills, you know. So in some instances, you will hear the location, and it may not necessarily be in the main housing or urban areas. Yes, in Port of Spain, the whole Port of Spain is situated with a lot of planning near the city center, and some persons, when we lock down those areas, they cannot get to carry out their activities in the housing areas because the police are there. If the persons go out to work, like what happened with the water vendor, persons now will look at the movement of the police, and when there's an attack, they try to get at individuals outside of the normal area that they operate. And that happens a lot when we go into those areas and we lock down those areas. They cannot carry out their activities, so they're looking for when persons leave that zone, and they have their feud. So we have to be monitoring things. So you have these areas, we have the unfortunate incident at number 1 Woodbrook Place, where persons went there and carry out some shooting, which in some persons' mind they consider it a safe zone, but it may be a safe zone, right? Considering the location, but it doesn't keep back persons who might be involved in criminal activities to be in these places. And it's another indicator that in some instances, when persons choose to go out of the area to enjoy themselves because they believe that in the other areas there's the danger, persons track them and follow them. But I said that the difficulty is that some of the persons who may be shot, in some instances, we have not identified them as gang leaders for being involved in criminal activities. So sometimes it could be some mistaken identity, or it could be someone there who they were targeting and they missed that individual. But these are some of the things that are happening. But the key is that in our firearm initiative that we have jointly with the Defense Force, the prisons, and all the law enforcement to remove firearms from the street, we need to intensify on that. And we ask persons to call in and give us information through Crime Stoppers, 2555, right? So that we can remove the firearms and arrest persons, so that we can in fact reduce it. So to identify areas, all areas will be quite challenging, but it in most instances is not in the key business and other areas other than the challenge that you have in Port of Spain. And I told you why sometimes they may get 1 or 2 of the murders outside of the normal zones of operating by these gangs who are now involved in gun running, illegal quarrying, illegal human trafficking, right? And main thing, drug running. So that's the reason why we are looking to dismantle places that you call drug blocks and things. So it's a whole course of work that is being done to get at the root of the problem and to stop the violent crime, while the other agencies can do work to prevent young people from joining gangs. And this is where the faith-based organizations, and they have to get more aggressive in communities.
Okay.
Right? The non-government organizations, the ministries, and all sorts of things. And we have been pushing at them to go into the communities because we want to make less young people available to these people who might get to actually coerce these persons to be involved in gang activity.
Let me congratulate the police service also, for in my community I see where you all have the police youth club doing for the children on vacation. I see where they took all. I was speaking to one of the facilitators, and she was saying to me they had over 96 young persons involved in their youth camp, and they're teaching them etiquette, they're teaching them singing, they're teaching them everything that would make them holistic, a holistic young person. And I want to say hats off to you all, because some people would have had to pay hundreds and thousands of dollars to send their child to a camp over the August holidays, but you all would have filled that gap for parents who would not have been able to have that money for their children to go to a camp. And I really want to say thank you. If nobody said thank you to you, I want to say thank you on behalf of my community for filling that gap where those young people are concerned. And also, I'm glad that you would have given us an idea of how you are structuring the police service to deal with the current issue or the spike in crime. So you're telling us that you're giving men less leave to go on leave, and you all are now joining up with the army, and these things are what people want to hear, Commissioner. And on this note, I want to invite you one day to come in the studio and just interact with some of the listeners and the population, because people, yes, they're hearing you, and yes, they're appreciating that you would have taken the time to come on air and share with us what are some of the things that you're planning to do. But I want you to also come, and with the with people being anonymous on the phone, they could give you an idea of what's going on in their community.
Yeah. Well, I will always take the invitation.
Yeah.
Because my whole purpose is, when I come on these things, is to try my best to influence others to join with us in the battle. And what we talk about joining with us, not necessarily giving you a gun to go out there. We do the law enforcement. You can help us police your communities, and we could advise you how you can assist us. As I said, not again by giving you a gun to go out there to shoot at persons or shoot back at persons, but there's a lot of we can do to deal with the core causes of crime and deviant behavior in our society. The police service recognizes it, and we have stretched ourselves. We have 151 police youth clubs. We do all these vacation camps throughout Trinidad and Tobago. We do it at a cost to our budget because we feel it's totally necessary. We organize sporting events. We have the enterprise running an enterprise with the sergeant there. Small. We have a Northern Division. We have hydroponics. We have a lot of work. We have our mediation center operating in St. Joseph, where we got support from the university and others. There's a lot of work that we are doing, but it is stretching us a bit thin. So the more faith-based organizations and other non-government organizations come on board, it makes things much easier for us, because it reduces sometimes the amount of officers we can have out there on foot patrol and having presence, because we have them involved in so much of the community work. But we recognize the importance of that to reduce the amount of young persons who may be in fact influenced to go into gangs. We are able to deal with the root causes by, dealing with the anger management and all the other training, that life skills and things. We engage in all of that. But if others could come on board and fill that gap, we can get more police officers now to do the core aspect of policing and be out there and have more presence and thing on the street. So I'm looking forward. I have no problem at all. You just have to link with Ms. Joanne Archie in our corporate communication, and they will make all the necessary arrangements with this year off the cuff without they knowing, because we normally coordinate things and I go through them. But since you had called, I said, well, okay, I will in fact engage you, without really corporate communication participating, because they normally record everything. Then we'll have discussions and how we go forward.
Thank you very much, Acting Commissioner Jacob, for taking my call, or for returning my call, I should say, on the Street 919 FM. So I look forward to us chatting again, and you coming in the studio. I will liaise with Miss Archie, and I will get in contact with you to have you come in and be a part of the interaction with the listeners and citizens of Trinidad and Tobago.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Yeah. Bye-bye. Yeah.
Bye-bye. I want to say something, but I had to hold my tongue. What I want to say is, anybody realize the difference between the board commissioner, acting commissioner Jacob, and the commissioner we had? I was so calm. That interview was so nice. No drama from my mama. I was so... I couldn't believe I was talking to a commissioner, being real. Wow, that was a different interview. That was a different interview, Trinidad and Tobago. I can't believe it. I talked to this man for close to, about 25 minutes, close to an hour. No drama, no bacchanal, no name calling, no cockroach, no nothing. This is unbelievable. We don't want this, you know. We don't want people like Mr. Jacob, Acting Commissioner Jacob, you know. We want bacchanal. We want drama. We want bush lawyer. Who is a bush lawyer? That's what we want, you know. We don't want the nice cow, you know, giving us the respect that we want, that we deserve as a nation. We want answers. The man gave the answers. Where the guns coming from? Is it illegally coming into the illegal ports? He said the majority of the guns that are coming into Trinidad and Tobago is not from the illegal ports. It's true legal port of entry. How much guns they get in washing machines? No name calling. No bacchanal. No drama. They're identifying clearly what's going on with the gangs, where the gangs are located, how they are operating, who they are recruiting. And up to now, he ain't called a... I can't believe this. The man tell us what he plan to do with the police officers to recruit them. How he going to deal with it? Look, I'm going for a break. I'm going to drink some water because I still can't believe. And I just interviewed the acting commissioner of police and it had no bacchanal between the both of us. Something wrong, boy.
Is it alright if I give you some Caribbean reggae music? Worship this afternoon. Well, everybody just dance with you right now. We are to magnify the name of Jesus. Yes. This song goes like this. Watch it. Look. So we stand and lift up our hands. Hey, for the joy of the Lord is my strength. So we bow down, worship him now. How great, how awesome is it? Everybody help me say, we say, so we say, Give us some music again, please now. Right now where you are, in your homes, just begin to worship the name of Jesus. This song, love, we say, so we stand and lift up our hands. Lift it up, lift it up. For the joy of the Lord is our strength. Yeah, we bow down and worship him now. How great and awesome is everybody help me say, yeah, we stand and lift up our hands. For the joy of the Lord is our strength. Hey, we bow down. We One more time. The earth is filled with His glory. The earth. Hallelujah.
Every Friday, it's all about Fire Mood Soca Fridays with MC Duke and Selector Kochi from 6 straight to 9 p.m. blazing all the latest and past soca hits. So remember, make it a line, make it a day, rock and come in, you know. It's all about Fire Mood Soca Fridays on the Street 919 FM. Don't know.
Shalom. The Israelite School of Universal Practical Knowledge under commanding General Yohana will be on the street 91.9 FM every Monday from 7:05 p.m. to 8 p.m. bringing you the truth according to the Bible. The ISUPK is a non-profit faith-based community organization that will respond to the plagues that's affecting blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians. We also have programs such as education, both adult and youth, food distribution, rehabilitation, both drug and alcohol, mentoring, counseling, and spiritual support. Remember, tune in every Monday on 91.9 FM, 7:05 p.m. Shalom.
In Trinidad and Tobago, there are so many things to talk about. Social issues, injustice, child abuse, domestic violence, political scandals, and much more. On HOTP, we will cover all that and much more. Don't forget, you can catch us every Wednesday, Saturday, and Sunday nights from 7 p.m. to 9 p.m. on Facebook and Instagram. Hot off the press. Hot topics, no filter.
Together we aspired, and together we have achieved.
We have achieved 6 decades of independence.
We must continue to embrace our watchwords:
discipline,
production, and tolerance.
Our national flag belongs to all of us.
So let us move together, hand in hand,
to create a better
and safe
Trinidad and Tobago.
Happy 60th Independence to Trinidad and Tobago from the street 919 FM family.
Happy Independence, TNT.
Hi, Trinidad and Tobago. This is yours truly, Pastor Charles, streaming live from Port of Spain, Trinidad, Marval Road, 91.9.
Our services start from 12 midnight to 5 a.m. in the morning from the first, the second, and the last Wednesday of the month.
We are going to have a TRME time in the presence of God. We will be praying, praise God, for our nation. We'll be praying for families. We'll be praying for those that are sick and those that are in need. Tune in to the best station, 91.9 FM Street Live, Port of Spain, Marava.
If you're experiencing pain, constipation, headaches, poor blood circulation, high or low blood pressure, diabetes, cancer, swollen or darkened feet, come visit us at Health and Wealth Lifestyle, located at 73 Eastern Main Road, Barataria, opposite Eastern Credit Union. We at Health and Wealth Lifestyle offer a wide range of services. Come and experience our new 3D analyzer, which allows you to have a look inside your body. We also provide live blood analysis, iridology, ionic foot detox with foot soak and foot massage, aquatherapy, full body massage, and organic supplements on sale such as Nano Silver, Nano Zinc, Body Light, cold pressed sesame oil, and more. Health and Wealth Lifestyle, located at number 73 Eastern Main Road, Barataria, opposite Eastern Credit Union. For more information, call 275-8359 or 288-1108.
Join Nicole Huggins for Health and Wealth Lifestyle Tuesday morning from 11:05 to 12 noon. Right here on the street 919 FM.
Good about that looking like it real bad.
Are you ready for that boat experience again? The Sea Champion and the Embassy say, book with us for that unforgettable boat ride experience. Sea Champion, leaving from Kings Wharf, San Fernando. And the Embassy, leaving from Breakfast Shed, Port of Spain. Or Westside Trinidad. For more information, call 399-5959, 281-4723, or email us at coralvisiontt@gmail.com. Book now and reserve your cruise.
Hey, that boat, I look like it's on
Turn your lights down low and listen to the Master's Radio. Get in touch with God. Turn your radio on.
You are invited to join Pastors Morris and Agnes Johnson of the Church of the Firstborn Assembly Miracle Center, located at number 399 Eastern Main Road, Guayco in Sangre Grande, for the Old Time Gospel Hour Family Radio Ministry every Sunday from 1 p.m. to 6 p.m. Check out the Children's Hour Worship Ministry of the Word and the Family Forum every Tuesday from 9 a.m. to 10 a.m. The Law and You every Friday evening from 9 a.m. to 5 a.m. All night prayer live on the Street 919 FM, designed with you in mind. This program deals with today's issues from a biblical perspective. You will also be given the opportunity to call in and interact with us. Micah 6:8 says, He had showeth thee, O main, and what doeth the Lord require of thee, but to do justly and to love mercy and to walk humbly with thy God. Your financial support through the First Citizens Bank will be greatly appreciated. Account number 795222. In the name of the Church of the Firstborn Assembly. For further information, call 753-1133 or email us at church668hope@gmail.com.
Share the live. Share the live. The Street 919 FM on Facebook and Instagram. Share the live. Iowa George on Instagram. Share the live. Iowa TV and Street TV on YouTube. Share the live. The Street 919 FM.
All right, I'm back with you, Trinidad and Tobago. Taking your calls, and hear what? I'm giving all some flashbacks today. Take me back Monday. So I'm giving you all some flashback. Things that you all have forgotten about. So let's go to our screen. Join me on the Facebook, join me on YouTube. And I want to show you all something. Something that you all forgot about. Yeah, I could safely say many of you forgot about. So let's go to this on Facebook, all right, and on YouTube. Let me say thanks. I want to really appreciate you guys. 408 persons on YouTube. 261 persons on Facebook. I want to thank you guys very much. Very, very much. All right? I really appreciate your time, your effort being with me, and it is not going to be unrecognized. I am really, really appreciative. So listen to this. Come on the live and listen to this.
It's a time, I believe, in the history of a nation when we have to take very strong action, very decisive action. As you know, this government has deployed more financial and human resources than any government in recent times in dealing with the scourge of crime. And until this recent upsurge, our nation had been encouraged by the decline shown by the year-to-year statistics. Indeed, I'm advised that the murders have declined. We are now 62 less murders than last year. But of course, every single murder is one that brings pain to families in our nation. A problem of this nature has been the result of years of neglect. It will not disappear overnight, and so we reassess it day by day.
You all just heard what Ms. Bissessa said? I'm going to pull it back. I want you to listen to what she just said.
Of years of neglect, it will not disappear overnight.
She's saying that murders would not disappear overnight. Under her watch, you know. Under Ms. Bissessa being Prime Minister, murders will not disappear overnight. But under this government, it must disappear overnight. Olia.
And so we reassess it day by day, reassess each strategy deployed, and how effective that strategy may be in achieving short-term and long-term objectives in reducing crime. The current crime spree dictates that more must be done and stronger action must be employed now. The situation cannot continue like this without a response that is commensurate with the wanton acts of violence and lawlessness. It must be a response as well that will halt the current spike in gang activity and crime in general in the shortest possible time. After much deliberation with the National Security Council and members of my cabinet, it has been agreed that government impose a limited state of emergency in hotspots across the country. It has been agreed that government impose a limited state of emergency in hotspots across the country. We will do whatever it takes, whenever it takes. We will not compromise, who will not hold the country to ransom. I want to assure you that the Ministry of National Security has taken every measure to deal with any eventuality in the protection of the citizens of this nation. We are all in this together.
We have the element of ambush and surprise. Normally in this country, the bandits ambush us. For the first time, we have taken the fight to them and we have ambushed them.
I want again to embrace this opportunity to commend and thank our law enforcement officers for the hard work that they have put in, and expect that this will continue over the 3-month period of our state of emergency.
We have made a lot of room in the jail. Jailer make the right fig, and people have to feel the full weight and brunt of the law in this country.
I beg the point, we have to not judge this thing only in terms of numbers. We have to judge this thing in terms, I repeat, of the confidence which the country is gaining once again. I have reached a stage, and I will end now, in this country, where to do, you're damned. Don't do, you're still damned. And I say do, and you pay the price for it.
So taking your calls, 342-0081, 342-0081, 771-1791, 771-1791, 466-5391, 466-5391. Let's take some calls and let's hear what you have to say, Trinidad and Tobago, on this issue on crime. And as I said before, some people have no moral authority to talk. So the phone lines are open, 342-0081, 771-1791, and 466-5391. What's your thoughts on the commissioner, acting commissioner, and the interview with the acting commissioner? What are your thoughts? What do you have to say? Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Pastor Google.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Yes. Oh, first, before I go on, I want to let you know, I hope you keep your promise of not playing any video from Anil Robert and Naked. Because I heard you say you're not going to play it, because I don't think we want to hear them two disrespectful men. As John Gill liked to say, don't give them no publicity. Right? Okay, I'm moving on. The commissioner left. He's not there still.
No, he not. He was on the phone with me.
Oh, he was on the phone? Oh, yeah, well, I saw his picture he was showing him. Pastor Google, Camilla Postad Bistessa, she talking about crime? She talking about crime? This woman have no moral authority to talk. I can't believe this thing. I mean, under the Commissioner of Police, Gary Griffith, Pastor Google, you could remember 5 men got licked up in Carapo. 5 men get killed under Gary Griffith. And he talking all kind of gun talk. And, I mean, she's saying crime can't go away overnight. But like she really want Dr. Rowley to wave a magic wand and send the crime away. I am saying the Prime Minister brought in the FBI. Remember that Pastor Google?
Yeah.
For the DSS to so. And I am saying if all you could have brought in the FBI for us to so.
Well, it wasn't the FBI for this too. Remember, they brought some people from Barbados.
Well, the FBI too was here?
I don't know. I don't think that was for the DSS.
That wasn't?
That was for the DSS. No, I don't think so.
Anyway, whether or not, I think with war going on and every bandit like they have an AR-15, they need help. The guns, now my thing is, every day you watch beyond the tape, they're showing you we get gun, we get 3 AR-15. It's not to retrieve them off the street, stop them from leaving the port of Port-of-Spain and Point Lisas. Stop them from leaving and going to the warehouse. Pastor Google, I remember seeing on the news, they raid a warehouse in Couva, they raid one in QF. Twice, that one in Couva was raided and they found guns. How they reach there? You know what was painful? The U.S. Customs called our authorities and tell them, now you see them people, they put down sting operation like we don't know about sting operation. They told them about the shipment of guns coming to Trinidad. Before they let it, when it reach, you wait to see who come in to clear it, and they went and they bust open the container. Oh, you don't want to know who it is bringing it in? Let them clear it and follow them and see where they're going. But no, we really in a mess. Bring in the FBI. Have a good day, Pastor Google. I had enough of this crap. Bye.
Again, the numbers are 3420081. I have some voice notes. I think I'm going to play them, seeing that I ain't getting any calls right now. Okay. What's happening here?
Now, Pastor Google, there are young people who went and do police exam, pass, and still are waiting to get a call to move forward. And you are saying to us, the citizens here, that you need to recruit more police officers. Now, Pastor Google, my daughter did her exam. She was called the other day to do her polygraph test. Because of a certain incident, the polygraph test was not done. But she is still awaiting for that call to go back to do the polygraph test. Pastor Google, she has 12 subjects. She has a degree in criminology. Her passion is to be a lawyer. She can become a prosecutor. When the call was asked for her to come and do the exam, she did the exam the first time and failed because Pastor Google, I have a problem, especially with our exam. You're telling people to come and do an exam and then don't even have an iota of what to study. Give them a little 4-point because the first exam she did, she failed. She failed. That exam was at January. She went back in March and she passed it. Because I have myself was sitting down telling her, you have to study for this, you have to study for that. And then she said, Mommy, when we go in the exam, half of the things later, I'm to study the half of the thing the first time. But when she went back the second time, and she said, girl, you have to study for all kind of things where policing is concerned. So Pastor Google, They have to go back to the drawing board where it is recruiting people who really wants to be police officer. But again, lovely program, Pastor.
Good morning, Pastor. We're good, boy. You bigger than yourselves. We have to move all them back. Come like the parent government sinking the country for the party parent. Time for them to call a fresh election. Bye-bye, Rolly. Bye-bye. Good afternoon, Pastor. We balance the program and I said we want to see callers and parent callers. You just got for the parent. It's time for them to go. You want to miss all the Pastor. Go to that mannequin and roll, you know, ball and mannequin all day, you know. But we have already right election right now. We fell up on the piano government. It's time for them to go. Latin pass to go. Let's go. I'm not to go. There's no solution to crime. Fragilize none of the solution to crime. Fell up on the piano government. But people dying all over the place. Gunman running the tongue right now. The piano government had to go. Good afternoon, Pastor. Go. You know the with our carbon solar day. When monster that monster thing going on monster to a guy grip with the righteous man. They will come out like criminals. They will have harsh and dread. But they're killing people left, right and center. They care about me and you. But we must care.
Okay, caller. All right, thank you very much. Have any other voice notes? Any other voice? Yes, I have a voice note here.
Madam V, where is Robert? The communication in Claxon Bay is nil. We need the Robert on the scene right away, please, please, before the 12 o'clock news is ready.
Pleasant good morning. Good afternoon. For some reason, we always want to talk to the Commissioner of Police about crime. Understandable. But I heard a caller ask a question on another frequency to two Rainbow people, and the question really was, why don't we question the head of the Customs, Coast Guard, Judiciary about their role and function in crime, or don't they play a role? The police can help prevent crime by having a presence, but they can't be everywhere. They're not robots. Don't have enough of them to be everywhere. The police service role is one of a reactionary role, unfortunately based on law, because only when a crime is committed can the police take action. And that action can only be taken when people come forward to give evidence and statements of what took place, when and where, who, if they know. Because the police, as far as I know, do have an expert in mind reading to know who going to commit a crime, when, where, and how. So without people, the police can't be effective. And if the police can't be effective, the commissioner will look like he is not being effective. And the role of the commissioner of police is one of an intermediary. It's a politically appointed role. We can't get rid of that. That is under the Constitution. And his role is to liaise with the politicians to ensure that the police service has the tools that it needs and requires to do the job. He can make requests and he can advocate, but that's all that he can do. He has to wait for those in authority above him to release funds, to release money to do what needs to be done, to assist police officers in doing the job. But crime is not the sole purview of the police service, as many like to seem to want to believe. And we must think about that carefully. Think about that. If you, the people, don't take a stand against crime, there is nothing that the police can do to help you when crime takes place, because they rely on your information to take criminals to court. And when they take the criminals to court, it's up to the judiciary now to follow the legal procedures to convict the criminals. Now, let's say this as well. We have laws. People like to say the law is an A. But when you really look at it, is it? If we don't enforce the laws, how we go get anything done? If you tell me laws need to be amended, like in the Bail Act, they take the wrong approach by trying to get bail rescinded. amend the Bail Act by making bail at a high value so that frequent criminals would not have the monetary access to access it. Because a millionaire getting bail and a man on the streets getting bail is two different things. So the bail must be adjusted in the quantum to prevent repeat offenders from coming out. But you can't restrict the person's right to access bail. Laws need amended, yes, but the laws in itself will not be effective if the people enforced to carry out these laws don't do their jobs effectively. And the police don't make laws. The legislation make laws and the judiciary interprets the laws. The police just carry out those legislations and interpretations. The police don't interpret, the police don't make, the police don't decide. But yet we always blame the police for all the bad laws, all the misinterpreted laws, all the lawyers who use the technicalities to get all the criminals on the outside. We blame the police for all of that, but we don't blame the people who are responsible for it. We don't blame the people who make no effort to have it effective properly. People will always be the problem, and until we see that, we will never reach anywhere. You know, we talk about port scanners and custom scanners and these things not working. Let me ask the question, why are these equipment in these crucial areas non-functional? The missing a part, the part gone bad? How the part went bad? Is it an electrical problem? Why the part missing if it's missing? Wouldn't it have people who would have to interfere with these things for them to go bad? Because when you erect these things, you're just supposed to use them as a pass-through. You're supposed to have to press a button. It has no moving parts to say that you have to interfere with on a regular basis. So why does it these things go bad so quickly as soon as we get them? A statement was made about there's a link between the politics and the crime. But why are we surprised at that? Why don't we believe that there's a link? You have to remember, we have a political entity in this country that says that the streets will run red with blood when they're not in office. And we always hear people saying that when the PNM power, crime does increase. So why is it so hard to see the correlation between the political recalcitrance and the increase in crime? It's not far-fetched. If it is that statements were made that in a lot of the gun-related crimes that take place, there seems to be a difficulty in finding the link or the reason and rationale for it. So why is it so hard to believe that it may be politically influenced? Why? I don't think it's a far-fetched correlation. It has occurred in many other countries, in developing countries. The politics and crime has a part to play in the social issues that countries face. So why we feel it not happening here?
All right, so taking your calls, playing your voice notes, 342-0081, 342-0081, 771-1791, 771-1791, and 466-5391, 466-5391. Give me a call. You can send your voice messages. I'll try my best to play them, and I will also, see how much I could take some more first-time calls in a little bit. So I'm giving the regulars a chance, and in a short bit, I'm going to start to take calls from first-time callers. So if you are listening to the Street 919 FM and you never sent or you never called before, I think there's a good time for you to try and do so. All right, so remember the numbers are 342-0081, 342-0081, 771-1791, 771-1791. right, so back to the phone lines. All right. So 342-0081, 342-0081, 771-1791, 771-1791, and 466-5391. So you would have heard the interview, as I said before, with the Commissioner of Police, and the Acting Commissioner of Police, I should say, Mr. Jacob, and well, you also heard him say that he gave me his commitment that he's going to try and come in the studio one of these days. I look forward to having him. And I look forward to having you, the callers and the listeners, calling in and letting him know what's happening in your community. Fair enough? So let's take some calls and go back to the phone lines. Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Pastor Google. Pastor Google, I seen it, and it's only God to come on from heaven to tell me it's not so. You see that coffin? What that man dragging all over this country? It have a lot to do with Christ. Because God alone knows what he had on that coffin box. I will die saying so. God, you know, you the boss. You the King of Kings, you the Lord of all lords. And you alone know. We had crime in the country, but Pastor Google, oh God, I don't want to say again, oh God, oh God, oh God.
Hello, good afternoon.
Yes, good afternoon again, Pastor Google. I don't want people to dwell on what he has in the coffin, but our God is mightier than that. And he can protect us. He will save us, Lord, from these evil people. And I want us to focus on our faith, our trust in God, and we pray to God, right? Our God is mighty, and we must trust in him and ensure that these people do not destroy us and our country. Right? Let them be in the coffin. We can put them back where they want to be. Amen.
Thank you. I want to send out some love and strength to someone who I met, and I was shocked when he told me that he listened to me from time to time. And then I found out this week that he was in the hospital, in South Fernando General Hospital. I don't know how many of you are aware that Mr. Tommy Joseph has been hospitalized. His friends are hosting a show to help Tommy Joseph pay for his medical bills. All right. So, local comedian Mr. Tommy Joseph, was hospitalized, and I want to send some strength out to him because, sometimes you take for granted that there are people who listen to you, and I sometimes I'll be a little surprised when certain people say to me that they listen to the program and they like the program and they're impressed by the way I would do my research and present it to the nation. And Tommy Joseph was one of those persons who would have met me from time to time on Independence Square, and he would tell me, "Hey, Google, I love your program, man. Keep it up, And when I found out that he wasn't well, I just want to send some condolences out to his, not condolences, but send out some strength to him and his family at this time. Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Pastor Guru.
Hi, good afternoon.
Now, listen to me. We are living in a stage that we don't want to live in, but we are in it. We have to be in it. Now, two people in this country put a curse on the country. The first one said, if he had to sleep with the devil, he had to be the prime minister. The other one said, if she don't win, blood is going to flow. And this is what is going on from that time till now. Roger and them didn't see blood was flowing before that. When he put his hand up in the air and said that he can't handle crime, Roger and them didn't see that. But they know now that Dr. Rowley and his party cannot handle the crime. This is how they're biased and they're nasty and they stink, all of them. Right? But we have to live in it And we have to pray, and we have to ask God to help us. We, the innocent one, have to ask for help. And God is going to help us. Don't bother with them. All right?
Yes. Hello, good afternoon.
Pastor Guru,
Uh-huh.
Tommy Joseph, that's my personal friend, you know. When I used to have all my things for children, Tommy Joseph used to always come and perform for the children for me. Always. I can't remember his number, but I'll call his family and talk to them and see what best I could do to help them. Okay?
Okay. Yes, we're sending our prayers and all our strength to Tommy Joseph. Right? I'm seeing people on the YouTube saying call her thanks for remembering. Right? And also yes, healing for Tommy Joseph. Yeah, man. Send some strength to the brother. Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon again, Pastor Google.
Yeah, Uncle Sterling.
Peace and blessings. I didn't hear all the interview you done with the commissioner, but I hear a portion. And I find you're just going in and out. I know what's taking place, but you're going in and out.
We said it already and we're saying it over again. I'll say it publicly again. There was an incident that happened on the hill where we transmit from, not just our station alone, but other stations. But we were damaged. We got caught by the copper thieves.
That is why I hear nothing yesterday.
Yeah, so that is what happened. The copper thieves, and they went up and they would have done their bit, right?
Nice.
But again, we calling on these guys. Come on, man, better than that.
Yeah.
Because and that is why people are kind of two-minded and two-sided about these scrap iron dealers, because you all cannot see that you're for country and you're trying to bring some kind of resolution to the issue, and these fellas coming with these stolen copper to your scrapyard, and you're not doing anything about it.
You see, this is the trouble we have in. That's why I was very mind listening to your interview with the commissioner. And so happen, we have the Minister National Security on TV right now. So Pastor Google, as the commissioner say, Pastor Google, when things come into this country and people could walk and say that portion is theirs and portion in theirs, Pastor Google, as the elders will say, we had to pick sense out of nonsense. Here, Pastor Google. So they're always blaming the Venezuelans for bringing in guns and ammunition in Trinidad and Tobago. But on the port where we had to go in and out is where half in the, illegal arms and ammunition and everything else is coming. Pastor Google, it has people in this country want to mash up this country very bad and seriously, Pastor Google. And half of them working customs, airport, port, and this is the problem we have in Trinidad and Tobago, because we keep asking the question, we don't manufacture these things, but how these things popping up in Trinidad and Tobago. I don't know how some of these people who work in customs are sleep, Pastor Google, but the day they hit the territories, then you go hear a different cry. Pastor Google is evil men we're dealing with in Trinidad and Tobago, and sitting down every day and hearing how much people dying by their turning their back on the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. Pastor Google, I'm going to listen to my commissioner, my Minister of National Security. You have a peaceful evening, a blessed evening, and you take care for me, please. Thanks for the time, Pastor Google.
You see how things does work. As I Google just last night, I bounced up one of Tommy Joseph concerting, and he was mimicking other Calypsonians and things. And I'm saying to myself, you know, along me in here, if this man here, Tommy Joseph, okay, you know. You ain't hearing nothing about him. Boom, Pastor Google, hear you now saying that this man in hospital and thing. But I said out my prayers and thing because he's one of my #1 entertainer. I love to hear that man, Larry Joseph, especially my girl Rachel Price, what has cracked me up like that. So I'm sending all my prayers out to him and hope that God heal him also. You understand, Pastor Google? And these are the legends and them that we must take care of because remember, they contributed a lot to us. So I think it's time enough we try to do something to help these people and them, even if it's something to expense on their bills and so forth. So thank you, Pastor Google, for that information.
All right, you're welcome, Miss Tobago. I see, what's his name? Brooklyn trying to call in. Brooklyn, I see you trying to call in. You can call in, hello, Brooklyn. All right, Brooklyn, you can call in. I saw your call, but I just couldn't take it because Mr. Tobago was on the line. But you can call in, man. No problem with that.
Good afternoon, Pastor Google. I was Tommy Joseph for a speedy recovery. My favorite comedian, Tommy Joseph. Take care. The nation praying for is one of the best pastors. Ha!
Hello, good afternoon.
Hey, good afternoon, Pastor Google. How you doing, partner?
How you doing, partner?
Right. Well, I'm listening, and I hear Uncle Sterling say that he will listen to the National Minister of National Security. And I also hear scholars say that half of the guns and ammunition coming in through the port and customs. So they say the customs officer don't have a lot to do with the guns coming in the country. But that same Minister of National Security, when I was asked on a press conference about the guns that come in the air, in the customs and on the port, he told us that the guns just come in barrels. He said that people family with foreign are selling AR-15 and machine guns in barrel and drum. So he forget clear about the containers and the big shipments to talk about a barrel. So Pastor Google, we have to be fair. And I think if PNN is the best party to run Trinidad and Tobago, that means the PNN government should have the power and the strength to fight the crime that is only, let me say, 15% of the country who created this havoc in the country. They should be able to come up with a plan and a solution if they want to really fight this crime, because Pastor Google, in Trinidad and Tobago, there's really no much place to hide if you're doing wrong. And I always say, if the Commissioner of Police is listening, it's time to form that task force that when a man goes a place and rob and kill people, and your men hold him on the spot, he shouldn't face a judge. Because you're going to aim for that judge to come back out to kill again.
So
your men should be a clean-up squad.
Hey.
That's what I want.
Excuse me.
Yes, Pastor Google.
Take back that.
Take it back, Pastor Google.
Yes.
Right, okay, so explain me Explain me. What did I say wrong?
You can't say that on public radio.
Pastor Google.
Listen to
people.
Listen to me.
Okay, let me take it back. Maybe I said it in the wrong way.
Yes.
Let me take it back.
Yes,
let me Pastor Google. People are fed up at the criminal elements.
And Brooklyn, while I understand what you're saying, I understand what you're saying, you know. But the statement that you made, if you I don't think.
All right. So that's why I take it back. So that is why I take it back. But what I'm saying is, Pastor Google, and I'm sure there are people who would agree with me. We are fed up of the bloodshed and the killing in our little country of Trinidad and Tobago. We're supposed to be peaceful and happy. We're supposed to be a place where we're supposed to be staying. And we are not staying, Pastor Google. I see people sit up, elderly people, let me say elderly people sit outside a bar drinking and lining. Like what they normally do on a weekend, and government just come and take everything they have. Like you're not safe. It could happen to anybody. So when I say that it should have a way that if you do the crime and you get catch in the crime, I think it should be like you should not just for the disabled children and they hang them. One person here they kill and they hang them quick. Right? But Pastor Google, the system is set up that the crime will always be there. That's how they had to change the constitution and all these things to make it different. But I am fed up with the crime in Trinidad and Tobago. And I'm not blaming PLM or UNC. I think that they should fix it. The government is with the government is PLM and UNC. They are the government and they can fix it, but they don't. Right. Have a good evening, Pastor Google.
The views expressed are not necessarily the views of the management of the Street 919 FM.
Hello, good afternoon. Boy.
Good afternoon, Pastor Google. How are you doing today?
I'm quiet, man.
Pastor Google, crime is not an easy thing to solve, right? Right now in New York is one of that shooting in the Bronx, all over. One of that shooting. And one of the reasons is that the laws that they're passing, it's hard for this government to control it because if the UNC was really serious about helping out the crime situation, you can't stop crime. You can only control it at acceptable level. If they come to the parliament and pass laws, bail laws, sentencing laws, the length that it takes from the person being charged to the case finishing, all of these things that they have to put together in order to slow down the crime. Right? And it's a hard task. I see it. We know the guns wasn't coming from Venezuela. We know the guns coming in containers. We know certain people working in ports and port of entries, and they just don't care because I remember working for somebody in Trinidad already with the containers. I was like, go the person who come to inspect the container. He don't sit around and clear everything, When the container come, he open the container, he watch two things come out, they come inside in our room, I see it for myself. He go on inside our room, he eat, he drink, he have a good time, and he go anyway. So nobody knows what coming out of the container. They don't do proper inspection of the container. Everything is halfway done. So of course crime will take place. Of course people will bring in stuff because nobody ain't coming and sit down and watch it, offload everything. But when you bring a little barrel with your food and this and that, they make you empty that barrel all the way down till they see the bottom of it. But when them containers come in, they don't do that. Have a good day, Pastor Google.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, caller. There's a video circulating with the president enjoying herself. I wanted to close off the program on a lighter note with that video, but I'm not finding it, Like somebody take it down. Yeah, I wanted to show you all what the president of Trinidad and Tobago, Miss Paula May Weeks, when I tell you enjoying herself. Real enjoying herself. And I just wanted to show you all that video of Miss Paula May Weeks, but I'm not seeing it. I don't know if they take it down, and they must be not allowing anybody to show that video anymore. But I had that video of Miss Paula May Weeks. So if anybody have it, I can show you it before I leave. So this is the video of Miss Paula May Weeks. I got it. Thank you very much, Angie. So let me show you this video quickly of Miss Paula May Weeks. Come on the live. Come on the live and you'll see a video of the president of Trinidad and Tobago enjoying herself. This is the president of Trinidad and Tobago, Miss Paula May Weeks. So Trinidad and Tobago, that was the president enjoying herself, and I'm going to enjoy myself on my way home. Have a blessed afternoon, everyone. God bless. Coming up next is the VNR show with Miss Vanessa Thomas and Mr. Robert Pettis. What in the precious
on 9 FM.
Precious walking in room and
the views
drama.
Expressed are not necessarily the views of the management of the street. 919 FM.
So tonight we're celebrating. We don't break down some barriers. We don't mash up some walls. We don't put the devil in the place. So we're going to celebrate. Hey! Say, remember it. Remember it. Remember it. Remember it. Hey! Listen. He is a great God, an awesome God, a strong God. There's nobody greater, a God of power, a mighty God, a good God. There's nobody better, so we offer our lives to Him, bringing sacrifice to Him. Yes, and we present our bodies a living sacrifice. So let's wave your hands, tell them to healer and Barak and Shama, and we will teach you what we worship Jehovah. Oh yes, the healer and Barak and Shama, and we will teach you what we worship. Break me down, we worship Jehovah. It's a year of Jubilee, so let's celebrate the Lord. Sacrifice. The healer, Parakachaba, and we ready to we worship Jehovah. Oh yes, sir. Sacrifice, yeah, and we present our bodies a living sacrifice. Tahira and Shabbat, we worship it. Start to jump in your home one time, Tahira and Shabbat. Hey, we worship, 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 we worship Jehovah, 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 we worship Jehovah.
Tune in to The Street 919 FM every Thursday from 10:05 a.m. to 10:20 a.m. for the program Straight and Narrow, The Way of Life, The Health Store, being brought to you by Mrs. Arlene Collins Mohammed. For more information, check us out on Facebook or Instagram at Straight and Narrow, or visit our website at www.opulence.com/Arlene for Life. You can also call or WhatsApp at 309-4697 or 6